got everybody checked in. I got turn marshals out here. Thank you, guys. All right, so keep the wheels moving, drivers. Round one will be a live loop start. So keep on going, drivers. All right, when you cross the start-finish line at the beginning of the back straight, your time will begin. All right, everybody's being scored. We're 20 seconds in, drivers. All right, folks, fastest opening lap goes to Andrew Ivanova, 15.9. Got Ben going 17.0, Logan going 17.1. Scott Jorgensen lap 2 was 16.9. 50 seconds down, 4:10 remains, drivers. This is race number 1 on track, our combined category. Got the rookies and the Sportsman 21.5 drivers sharing the track here. All right, so leading the overall, going to be Ben Halverson going 18.01. Got Logan 18.04, Andrew 18.05, Scott 18.12. And we got Gabriel at 16.08, Milo 15.12. All right, a minute 20 in, 3:40 to go. Andrew Ivanova now to the top of the chart, going 18 flat. 130 down, 330 left, drivers. Fast lap still Andrew, 15.9. Got Logan 16.4, Milo 17.8. Got Ben 16.5, Scott 16.9, and Gabriel 18.2. Minute 45 down, 3:15 left. Careful with the last double, drivers, careful. That is clear. All right, folks, we are now approaching 2 minutes in and 3 minutes left. Andrew leading the overall, 19.12 for pace. Last time by Andrew, a 15.4. Yeah, Andrew 5 seconds ahead of Logan. Logan a lap up on Milo. Over on the Sportsman side of things, we got Ben 2 seconds up on Scott, and Scott a lap up on Gabriel. All right, 2:25 in, 2:35 to go. All right, Andrew, Logan, Milo, your rookie runners. Ben, Scott, and Gabriel, your Sportsman order. Got 2:15 remaining, drivers. Right now it's Andrew out front the overall standings. 19.14. Got Ben at 18.11, Logan 18.12. Scott 17.07, Gabriel 16.07, Milo 15.17. Got 2 minutes to go. All right, currently Andrew 11 seconds up on Logan. Logan a lap up on Milo. And we got Ben 9 seconds ahead of Scott, and Scott 6 seconds ahead of Gabriel. A minute 40 remains. Minute 25 to go, drivers. Andrew 18.01. We got Ben 18.12. Logan 18.16. Got Scott 17.08. Gabriel 16.01. Milo almost on a 15-lap run. All right, drivers, we're approaching 4 minutes down. All right, this is our combined category. Up next is going to be our first heat of 40 plus. Heat 1 of 40 plus is up next. "45 seconds to go. Ben 10 seconds ahead of Scott. Scott 15 ahead of Gabriel. And we got Andrew 12 ahead of Logan. Logan lap up on Milo. Yeah, 35 seconds left, drivers. Up next, once again, 40 plus heat 1. Got 2 heats of 40 plus tonight. 15 seconds remain. Got Andrew resetting his fast time, 15-3. Oh, decapitation. Keep going, drivers. Computer will announce when you are done. And that'll be a race, guys. We got Andrew Ivanova setting the overall bar, 18:03. Ben going 18:09. Logan 17:04. Scott 17:15. Gabe a 16:11. And Mike into race number 2, drivers. All right, this one's going to be Tony, David, Art, Tim, John, and Jason. If I get all my drivers from that last race, come on out and turn marshal, please. What? We'll go over the results later, Gabriel. There's 2 classes on the track at the same time. All right, got my marshals making their way out to spots. If I get somebody in front of the driver's stand, I may need help there. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. All right. This is going to be a live loop start here for the first round. All right, got everybody checked in. We are going live loop. Everybody's being scored. Opening lap, we got Tim going 16-7. Art going 15-3. Tony at 14-2. John going 15-0. Dave 15-2. And Jason around the bend with 18-2. We got 35 seconds in, drivers. Right now it's Tony Wilson out front, followed by John, Dave, Art, Tim, and Jason. 45 seconds down, 4:15 to go. All right, we got an LT Gray out front. Blue, yellow, and white, your race leader. He's currently on 21:04 for pace. Got Dave at 20:05, Art 20:06, John 19:06, Tim 18:08, Jason 17:05. Minute 10 down and 3:50 remaining. Oh, we got one down the middle. That is Tony. Got a minute 25 down, 3:35 left. And it is going to be Art Cardinale out front. Currently on a 20:05 for pace. Tony 19:02, John 19:02, Dave 19:05, Tim 19:14, and Jason 15:05. Got a $140 down. So Cardinale currently 3 seconds ahead of Wilson. Wilson 0.07 ahead of Emilio. Actually, Wilson. Yeah, Bixler now moving up to the 2 spot. Things starting to shuffle around a bit. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left. So this time around, we got Cardinale 4 seconds ahead of Bixler. Bixler 2.6 ahead of Albert. Albert 2.7 ahead of Emilio. Emilio 0.4 ahead of Wilson. And Wilson lap up on Jason. Got 2:40 to go. Fast lap remains Tony out of 14.2. Got Art 15.0. That's on by. Tim going 15.1. Gabe going 14.7. Jonna 15.0. Up front. Careful, guys. Got 2:25 remaining. All right, 2:15 to go. All right, Dave, Tim, Tony, John, and Jason, your full running order. All right, we are 3 minutes in. Got Art on 20:06, Dave on 20:14, Tim 19:03, Tony 19:05, John 18 flat, Jason a 16:17. Minute 45 remaining, drivers. Oh, Bixler for tumble. A minute 35 remains, drivers. Right now it's a battle for the 2 spot. Got Tim 1 second ahead of Dave. Dave 0.1 ahead of Tony. Minute 25 remains here. Oh. Minute 10 to go, drivers. Art 20:06, Tim 19:01, Dave 19:02, Tony 19:05, John 19:10, Jason the 16. You heard the man. We got a minute to go here. Art currently 8 seconds up on Tim. Tim half a second ahead of Dave. Dave 2 seconds ahead of Tony. Tony 3.2 ahead of John. And John will lap up on Jason. 35 seconds left, drivers. We got another heat of 40 plus coming up next. $15 seconds remain. Got Bixler going 14.5 that last time by. All right, now battle on between Dave, Tim, and Tony. Keep on going, drivers. Keep going. Keep going. Keep on going. All right, one more car making his way around the bend. And that will be a race, drivers. Got our Cardinale setting the early bar, 20:08. Got Tim a 20:15, Tony 19 flat, John 19:05, Dave 19:06, and Jason 16:10. All right, I may need you guys to set your cars down. Come on out to turn marshal. Up next is race number 3. It's our second run group with 40 plus buggies. Kevin, Martin, Julian, Barry, Brian, Steve, and Nelson. You guys are up. My marshals making their way out to spots. All right, got everybody checked in. Got my marshals and spots. All right, folks, we are going to go live loop here for round number 1. All right, everybody's on the clock here. Barry starting us off with 14-4. Kevin 14-5. Nelson 15-0. Brian 14-9. Steve 15-4. Martin 14-3. And Julian 14-6. All right, we're 45 seconds in, 4:15 to go. Right now it's Martin White out front. His fast lap so far, 14-1. His pace currently 22:13. Got Kevin 21:06, Julian 21:07, now 21:05. Got Barry 21:07, Brian 21:12, Nelson 21:14, Steve 20-5. All right, we're just past 1 minute down, drivers. Martin, Julian, Barry, Kevin, Brian, Steve, and Nelson, your full running orbit. About 20 down, 3:40 left. Martin now on a 21:02, 0.7 ahead of Julian. Julian 0.021 ahead of Barry. Barry 0.3 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 1.3 ahead of Brian. Brian 0.5 ahead of Nelson. Nelson 3 seconds up on Steve. Still pretty close here. We're just a minute 40 in. Right now, race is working on lap 7. White 21:02, Sopik 21:05, Taylor 21:06, Allen 21:07, Gross 21:12, B 21:13, and Leon 20:09. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left. Race leader down the back straight, driving the blue car, the orange and white flames. Second spot going to be the purple and silver. Third place car going to be all white with the yellow wheels. 2:40 to go, drivers. $2:30 down, $2:30 to go. All right, Martin, Barry, Julian, Kevin, Nelson, Brian, and Steve. Martin currently 0.3 ahead of Barry. Barry 1 second ahead of Julian. Julian 0.7 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 5 seconds up on Nelson. Nelson 0.3 ahead of Brian. And Brian 2.6 ahead of Steve. 3 down, 2 to go. All right, once again, guys, we are racing this Sunday. That is off-road racing this Sunday. Well, doors open at 9 a.m. and racing will start sometime about 11. I'm thinking we might do a multi-main format as well. Yeah, maybe double, maybe triple mains. We'll see what happens. We'll see what time allows for on Sunday. Yeah, minute 20 to go here, drivers. Barry now out front by 0.09. So Barry and Martin both on 21:05 for pace. Got Julian 21:08, Kevin 21:09, Nelson 20:04, Steve 20:06, Brian 20:10. All right, folks, we are now 4 minutes in. All right, Martin, currently 0.3 ahead of Barry. This one's going to come down to the final lap. Race leader currently going to be blue car, orange and white flame. Second place is going to be the silver and purple. This time by, gap is 0.168. 30 seconds remain, drivers. They come down to the very finish here. 25 seconds remain. $15 seconds. This time by, gap is .133, advantage white. 5 seconds on the clock. This is race number 3. Race 4 will be 21.5 expert. This time by, gap is .05, advantage stop it. Stop it has finished. Waiting for white to cross the line here. Okay, that'll be a race, guys. It's going to be Martin White taking that one by just 0.2 of a second. So Martin going 21.05 flat, Barry 21.05.3, Julian 21.08, Kevin 21.10, Steve 20.03, Nelson 20.04, and Brian a 19.451. All right, we are moving our way into 21.5 expert. Good turnout tonight for 21.5 expert. Dave, Lucas, Art, Andrew, Tony, Jacob, Kid, Andrell. It's not fucking retro. Come on, dude. All right, this is 21.5 expert. All right, got my marshals making their way out here. Okay, I presume no Wilson for this one? I don't see him down there. Oh, there he is. All right, folks, about ready to get this one going. All right, guys, Luke is going live. All right, 15 seconds. And got Brown at 15.0, Cardinale 15.3, Lucas 15.3, Tony 15.2, Jacob 15.4. 25 seconds in. Fastest opening lap goes to Downtown Brown. Cardinale responds, lap 2 of 15.1. Lucas going 15.2. Jacob at 15.3. 45 seconds in, drivers. 2 laps in the book for everybody. Wow, Mondrall Brown, 14.6. He is in the mix. 1 minute down, 4 minutes left. Right now it's Art, Mondrall, Tony, Lucas, David, Andrew, Jacob, and Ken. And things starting to change up a little bit here. We got Tony going 14.9, Art 15.1, Lucas 15.0, Jacob 15.0. Times are starting to drop. 120 down, 3:40 to go. All right, Bixler going 15.0. Minute 30 down, 3:30 left. Oh, help up front, help up front. Got minute 35 in, 3:25 to go. Right now, Tony on 20.04 for pace. Got Mondrall 20.10. Jacob 20.11. Andrew 20.13. Lucas 20.14. Art 2015, Dave a 1914, and Ken a 1915. Oh, Bixler dropping a 14-6 now. Taking over fast lap here. 210 down, 250 to go. Right now it's Tony Mondrell, Andrew, Jacob, Lucas, Art, David, and Ken. All right, we got 230 down, 230 to go. Careful in the middle, guys. And that is clear. All right, Tony on 2005, Mondrell 2010, Andrew 2011, Jacob 2012, Lucas 2015, Dave 1903, Art 1904, Ken 1913. All right, drivers, we're now 3 minutes in. This is race number 4 on track, 21.5 Expert. Up next is 17.5 Sportsman. Minute 45 remains, drivers. Tony 2.8 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 0.9 ahead of Mondrell. Mondrell 0.3 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 1.9 ahead of Lucas. Lucas 1.2 ahead of Dave. Dave 0.3 ahead of Art. And Art 8 up on Ken. Yeah, Tony going 14.8 that time around. Try to build on that lead. All right, minute 15 to go, drivers. 75 seconds remain. And we are now 4 minutes in. All right, Tony Wilson now on at 2003, Andrew 2009, Mondrell 2010, Jacob 2013, Lucas 2013, Art 2014, Dave a 19 flat, and Kim an 18 flat. All right, 30 seconds left, drivers. All right, closest battles here. Let's see. We got Andrew and Mondrell. 0.9 is the gap. Battling for the 2 spot. Same with Jacob and Art. Less than 1 second apart. Battling for the 4 spot. 5 seconds remain, drivers. Make them count. Keep on going. All right, keep on going until you hear the computer say your name. Got 1 more car, and that'll be a race. Got LT Gray taking it down, going 2003. Andrew 2009. Mondrell also 2009. Jacob 2013. Art 2013. Lucas 2014. David 1901. Ken 18 flat. All right, next race up is 17.5 Sportsman Buggy. All right, 17.5 Sportsman, it is your turn. All right, we need all my drivers from that last race to report to the racetrack at this time. I need someone on the far left. All right, guys, keep the wheels moving. Keep the wheels moving. I guess we could maybe use it in the middle or on the right. All right, folks, we are going live loop. All right, everybody off to a start here. Capri 16-1, Gabriel at 18-0, Justin a 16-2, Ben a 16-4, Andrew a 15-8, and Joey an 18-8. All right, fastest opening lap goes to Hurricane Andrew. 45 seconds in. Right now it's Ivanova out front, followed by Brown, Levers, Halverson. All right, still close here. Things changing around as I speak. Andrew remains your leader, however. We work together, drivers. Right now, Andrew 2 seconds up on Capri. Got Capri 1 second up on Joey. Joey 0.1 up on Ben. Ben 1.8 ahead of Justin. Justin 5.9 ahead of Gabriel. All right, a minute 20 down, 3:42 go. All right, buck 30 down, 3:30 remaining. Capri Brown going 14-8 last time by. So Capri and Andrew, your top two cars, now about 5 seconds apart. Got Andrew half a second ahead of Ben. Ben 2.5 ahead of Joey. Joey 2.7 ahead of Justin. Justin 5.2 ahead of Gabe. All right, folks, we are almost 2 minutes down. Capri on a 19-16. Andrew 18-10. Ben 18-12. Joey 17-12. Justin 16-03. Gabriel 16-13. Got 2:15 down, 2:45 remaining. All right, Capri, Ben, Andrew, followed by Joey, Justin, Gabriel. Still got 2:30 to go, drivers. We're halfway through. Careful up front, guys, in the rollers. That is clear. Oh, careful on the left. That is clear. 2:15 remains. This is race number 5, everybody. All right, drivers, 3 minutes down. Capri Brown, 19-16. Andrew, 18-09. Ben, 18-15. Justin, 17-13. Joey, 17-15. Gabriel, 16-09. Got a minute 45 to go. All right, a minute 30 remains, 90 seconds left. Capri 8.3 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 10 ahead of Ben. Ben 1.4 ahead of Justin. Justin 3.3 ahead of Joey. And Joey 9 seconds up on Gabe. Minute 15 to go. All right, 4 minutes down. Yeah, Capri 18-01. Andrew 18-11. Ben 17-02. Justin 17-10. Joey 17-17. And Gabriel 16-05. 45 seconds to go, drivers. All right, 17.5 intermediate. Heat 1 is up next. Got 2 heats of intermediate tonight. That class is growing. 30 seconds remaining. right, 15 seconds left. Keep going, guys. Keep going, keep going. All right, a couple more cars remain. One more car. All right, so it's going to be Capri taking that one 18 flat, Andrew 1811, Ben 1705, Justin 1715, Joey 1723, and Gabriel 1607. All right, race number 6 is our first heat of intermediate buggy. Anthony, Austin, Scott, Martin, King, and Carter. I'm going to need my sportsman drivers out here in Marshall, please. All right, we got my marshals making their way to spots. Looking for a check on Martin and Scott. I see they're now here. All right, folks. We are going live movie. All right, Austin at 14-6, Anthony 15-4, King 15-7, Martin 16-3. Careful to all right, guys. Careful on the left. That's getting all cleared up. Wow, lap 2, Austin going 14-1. All right, we're 45 seconds in. Right now it's Church out front, followed by Garcia, Anthony, Martin, King, and Scott. Got Austin currently at 21.05, Carter on a 20.08, Anthony at 20.13, Martin 19.09, King 18.09, and Scott 16.18. 5 down. Ooh, we got Anthony going 14.9 that time by. So, only 2 cars in the 14th right now. Going to be Austin and Anthony. They are 1 and 2 right now. Minute 29 in. Austin, Anthony, Carter, followed by Martin, King, and Scott. Right, a minute 50 down, 3:10 remains. Austin 21:10, Anthony 20:07, Carter 20:09, King 19:10, Martin 19:16, Scott 16:15. All right, drivers 2:15 down, 2:45 remaining. Race leader Austin Church holding down a 3.8 second lead. Anthony 1 second ahead of Carter. Carter 7 ahead of King. King 2.3 ahead of Martin. And Martin will hop up on Scott. right, 2:15 to go. All right, just over 2 minutes left. Got about 3 minutes down. Austin on 21-13. We got Carter 2009. Anthony 19 flat, King 1907, Martin 1803, Scott 1501. Austin currently holding a commanding lead of 11 seconds. Anthony just half a second ahead of Carter. Carter 3.7 ahead of King. King 7.9 ahead of Martin. Martin a lap up on Scott. A minute 30 remaining. Minute 20 to go. Closest battle out here. Anthony versus Carter for the 2 spot. A minute 10 remains, drivers. 70 seconds to go. Oh man, looks like somebody has lost the wing. That was gonna be Carter. Oh, hold on a sec. I'll wait. Seconds remaining. Right now, Austin Church on a 25 flat. Got Carter and Anthony 1903, King in 1905. Carter falls back to 1909, Martin 1801, and Scott 1603. 30 seconds left, drivers. Twenty seconds to go. This is race number 6 on track. Got intermediate G2 coming up next. Ten seconds remaining. All right, got a few more cars still going. 2 more cars left. Oh. One more car, guys, one more car. And that will be a race. The Austin Church going 21-13, Anthony in 1902, King in 1904, Carter 1908, Martin 1801, Scott 1723. All right, moving our way into race number 7. That'll be John Patrick Kin, George, Tim, and Jason. Our second heat of 17.5 intermediate on track in warm-up. Need all my drivers from that last group to come on out, please. Hey guys, I need some turn marshals. I am looking for Austin, Anthony, King, Carter, Martin, and Scott. I need you guys out here at this time. As I stated previously, we're going to be a little harder on the do not marshals this year. All right, good stuff. Now everybody out here. All right, folks, we're going to go live loop. everybody has crossed the line for their first time. Got John going 15-1. Only car in the 15 so far. Until Tim joins him with the 15-3. All right, so John Melio setting the fastest opening time, backing it up with another 15-1. Got 40 seconds in. Got John, Tim, Patrick, Kim, George, and Jason. Your current running order. John going 14-6 last time by. All right, John, Tim, Patrick, your top three, followed by Kim, George, and Jason. John currently working on 21-14 for pace. Got Tim and Patrick both 2011. George in 1907, Kim 1910, Jason 1811. All right, we're a minute 30 down, 3:30 left. Got John 3 seconds ahead of Patrick. Patrick 1 ahead of Tim. Tim 1.4 ahead of George. George 0.5 ahead of Kim. Kim 6 seconds ahead of Jason. We're a minute 40 in, 3:20 left. Minute 50 down, 3:10 remains. Right now, John 3.3 ahead of Patrick. Patrick 2.2 ahead of Tim. Tim 2.3 ahead of Kim. Kim 0.2 ahead of George. George 12 up on Jason. We're 2:10 down, 2:50 to go. Melio currently working on a 20:08. Albert at 19:01. Pearl at 19:03. Laxon 19:07. Lowe 19:08. Bumbach at 17:04. Got 2:25 down and 2:35 to go. All right, we saw some 14s from Austin in that last one, and Anthony for that matter. In the 14s in this group, looks like we got John and Patrick. Got 2:50 down, 2:10 to go. We're coming up on 3 minutes down. This junction of the race, we got John 0.7 ahead of Tim. Tim 0.1 ahead of Patrick. Patrick 3.9 ahead of George. George 1.2 ahead of Kim. Got a minute 45 to go. All right, 1:35 remaining. Melio up by 0.8 ahead of Patrick. Patrick 0.1 ahead of Tim. It's our closest battle on track amongst our top 3 drivers. Careful in the middle, drivers. Careful in the middle. Minute 20 to go. John, Tim, and Patrick now your top 3. John up by 1.5. Tim 3.8 ahead of Patrick. Patrick 2.5 ahead of George. George 2 seconds ahead of Kim. We are now 4 minutes in. Tim 2014, John 19 flat, Patrick 1903, George 1907, Kim 1910, and Jason 1707. 45 seconds left. We'll be moving into expert up next. This is race 7 on track. All right, 25 seconds remain. Right now, Tim up by 0.7. That was our closest battle here for the lead. Tim versus John. 10 seconds remain. All right, heading into the final lap here. Difference between Tim and John is 0.02. Keep going, guys. Keep going, keep going, keep going. All right, so Emilio closes out with 15-5. Let's see what Albert can do here at the stripe. Wow, final margin of victory, .008, and it goes to Tim Albert by a bumper. So Tim going 2014.1, John a 2014.2, Patrick 1901, George 1907, Kim 1910, Jason a 1705. All right, it's time for Expert. Race number 8, the Ocho, going to be Expert Heat 1. All right, I may need all my drivers from that last race to come on out and turn marshal. All right, let's get all of our turn marshals out here. That's going to be Tim, John, Patrick, George, Ken, and Jason, if I can get everybody. All right, folks, we're about ready to go live loop. All right, Priya 15-0, Allen a 14-8, Mirafuente a 14-0. All right, we're 30 seconds in. Guys are working on lap number 2. Right now it's Bryant, Kevin, Brandon, Brian, Steve, and Jacob, your full running order. 45 seconds in. Mirafuente another 14-0 that time by. So his pace right now at 22-12. Got BG 21-08, Brandon 21-14, Steve 20 flat, Kevin 20-02, Jacob 20-07. Got a buck 5 down, 3:55 to go. All right, everybody now in the 14s. Actually, everyone except Bryant now in the 14s. That's because Bryant's in the 13s. Minute 25 down, 3:35 to go. Bryant, Mirafuente currently on 22-11 for pace. Got Gross 21-08, Leon 21-14, Allen at 21-14, Jorgensen 20-03, Priya 20-05. All right, we got minute 45 down, 3:15 to go. Brian, Steve, Kevin, Brandon, Jacob, your full running order here. Perea going 14-0 that time by. Trying to work his way back up that leaderboard. 210 down, 250 to go. $220 down, 240 to go. Brian's currently 4 seconds ahead of Brian. Brian 2.5 ahead of Steve. Wow. Brandon, Steve, and Kevin all within a second. And that group about 5 seconds ahead of Jacob. Got 220 to go, drivers. Brian on a 22-12. Brian on a 21-07. Brandon 21-11. Steve 21-12. Kevin 21-13. Jacob 20-09. 3 minutes in and 2 to go. Bryant now 5.8 ahead of Brian. Brian 2 seconds ahead of Brandon. Brandon 0.7 ahead of Steve. Steve 0.7 ahead of Kevin. And Kevin 6.4 ahead of Jacob. Got a minute 40 to go, drivers. Minute 30 remains. 90 seconds remain. This is race number 8 on track. We're going into race 9 next. Up next will be another heat of Expert 17.5. Minute 10 to go, drivers. 70 seconds left. Brian 7 ahead of Brian. Brian 1.2 ahead of Brandon. Brandon 1.3 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 0.7 ahead of Steve. 4 minutes down. Mir Fuente continuing the lead, 22-13. Gross 21.08. Perea 21.09. Allen 21.11. Leung 21.14. Jorgensen 20.07. 40 seconds left. $30 seconds to go. $15 seconds, drivers. Closest battle here going to be Brian and Brandon. Might come down to the final lap here. And this time by, it's going to be Perea up by 0.4 of a second. All right, I'll be a race. That will be a race. Gonna be Bryant going 22-13. Brandon at 21.07. Brian 21.08. Kevin 21.10. Steve 21.14. Jacob 20.08. All right, we're moving our way into Heat 2 Expert here. All right, looking for all my drivers from that last group. Come on, Alan Tour Marshall, please. All right, everybody's checked in. Got my marshals out here. I can use one on the left side. I need one on the west coast. Is it fixable? I don't see a sense of urgency there. Oh man, ouch. Okay, well, we're gonna go live loop, guys. got Lucas a 14-7, Andrew 14-9, Barry 14-9, Rohan a 14-9. Tony, you guessed it, a 14-9. Barry lap 2, a 14-2. All right, we're 40 seconds in. Stop it out front. Stop it now, working on lap 4. He is currently on a 21:04 for pace. Got Tony 21:11, Lucas 21:11, Rohan 20:01, Andrew 20:04. We're now 1 minute down. Barry 0.6 ahead of Tony. Tony half a second up on Lucas. Lucas 0.9 ahead of Rohan. And Rohan 0.063 ahead of Andrew. All right, a minute 30 down, 3:30 left. Stop it. 0.9 up on Lucas. Lucas 0.7 ahead of Tony. Tony about 7 seconds ahead of Rohan, and Rohan 0.08 ahead of Andrew. Got a minute 50 down, 3:10 to go. Race leader drops in silver and purple. Second place, flip purple and lilac. Your third place car going to be blue, yellow, and white. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left. All right, 2:20 down, 2:40 to go. Stop it out front, 21:05. Lucas a 21:08. Tony also 21:08. Andrew 19:02. Rohan 19:02. Got 2:30 down, 2:30 to go, drivers. We'll stop it currently 1.4 ahead of Lucas. Lucas 3 seconds ahead of Tony. Tony 8 seconds ahead of Andrew. Andrew 0.3 ahead of Rohan. Got 2:10 to go, drivers. Race number 9. And we are now 3 minutes in. All right, folks, about 40 to go. Got Barry 21:06, Lucas 21:09, Tony 20 flat, Rohan 2014, Andrew also 2014. Careful last double gas. That is clear. Now Rohan improving his personal best to a 14.5. Got everyone in this group 14.5 or faster. All right, a minute 10 to go. Barry, Lucas, Tony, Rohan, Andrew, your full running order. You heard the man, a minute to go. Forty seconds left, drivers. Stop it out front. 4 seconds up on Lucas. Lucas about 3 ahead of Tony. Tony 8.6 ahead of Rohan, and Rohan 5.3 ahead of Andrew. 30 seconds to go. Pace is looking like Barry 21:06, Lucas 21:11, Tony 21:14, Rohan 20:09, and Andrew 20:15. 15 seconds. Up next is Truck. Race Lap taking down the W here. Going 21.06. Scott Lucas 21.10. Tony A 21.14. Rohan 20.08. Andrew 19 flat. All right, race number 10. Track is yours. It is Stadium Truck. We have a full house tonight here in Stadium Truck. All right, I got a sign up from David Knoll, but I don't see him. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, guys, give each other some room. We're about to go live loop. All right, everybody off to a start here. All right, BG fastest opening lap going 14.7. Brian for 14.8. Everybody else in the 15s. Brian responds on lap 2 with a 14.6. All right, we're 55 seconds in, 4:05 to go. Right now it's Brian Jacob Art, George Brian Nelson, Julian Steve and Patrick. All right, 105 down, 3:55 to go. Bryant on at 21.13 for pace. Art 2015, Jacob 19 flat, Brian 19.04, George 19.08, Nelson 19.08, Julian at 19.11, Steve 18 flat, and Patrick 18.06. Right, we're a minute 25 in, 3:35 to go. Brian going 14.5 that time by. 14.5 and looking alive. Driving that blue and yellow Spoon Honda Stadium truck. You might not believe it, but that's a Honda Element. At a minute 50 down. Brian going 14.5 again that time. Bye. So Brian's pace now at 21.10. We got Brian Gross 2010, Art 2012, Julian 1903, Nelson 1907, Jacob 1907, George 1909, Steve 1911, Patrick 1914. Pretty good pace out of everybody. Everyone 19 laps or better. Yeah, 225 down, 235 to go. I think part of it has to do, I see a lot of the truck guys working together in the pits. Well, that's just the way we do it in Stadium Truck. We help each other out. And I think that makes the whole group better for it. Yeah, 245 down, 215 to go. Bryant out front. Something happened to Bryant there a few laps back. And that's going to diminish the gap between himself and Brian Gross. Got 2 minutes to go. Brian now going 14-5. So we got Gross mounting a charge here. So your leaders are going to be blue and yellow as well as the blue, orange, green. 1 minute 45 to go, drivers. So Brian 1.7 ahead of Brian. Brian 4.5 ahead of Julian. Julian 2.8 ahead of Art. Art 2.2 ahead of Nelson. Nelson 1.2 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 1.1 ahead of Patrick. Patrick 0.04 to Steve. And Steve 9 ahead of George. 1 minute 15 to go, and that's on by Bryant going 14-4. You hot lap. 1:10 remains. Well, Mirafuente's pace now 20 flat. 4 minutes in, 1 to go. Bryant 20 flat. Brian 20.04. Julian 20.09. Art 20.15. Nelson 19.02. Jacob 19.04. Steve 19.05. Patrick 19.08 and George 18.03. All right, next race up is going to be Mod Buggy. Mod Buggy, you guys are up next. Hey, I got a legitimate excuse for not joining you guys this week. My mod card is in the mail. Thankfully, it's coming USPS. No, FedEx is awful in my neighborhood. I will forego free shipping and pay for my own shipping to ensure it gets to my place. I do not trust FedEx. Yeah, mod car's in the mail. Got my buddy in Texas sending me one. All right, that'll be a race, guys. Brian taking down the W, 20.01. Got Brian at 20.03. Julian 20.08. Art 20.14. Nelson 19.01. Jacob 19.02. Steve 19.04. Patrick 19.12. And George 18.04. All right, modified buggy, you guys are up next. Race number 11, the final race of round number 1. All right, looking for all my guys from the last race. The ones who didn't marshal earlier, that is. All right, I know I didn't have that many of my truck guys out earlier, so yeah. If you didn't marshal earlier, come on out and marshal now. All right, folks, this is Mod Buggy. We're going live loop. Yeah, once I get my car situated, I have a feeling BG might be the race director for this class in the future. All right, Kayla's going 13-7, Brian's 14-3, Brandon at 15-7. Opening lap in the books. These guys now working on lap number 2. All right, Kayla's going 14-3, Brian's at 14-3, Brandon at 14-3. Oh, no. I heard what sounds to be idler gears. Bruh. All right, so Brian's out front, 1.9 ahead of Brandon. We're 110 down, 350 to go. Kayla's in the pit scene. To me, it sounded like idlers, but I'm up here, they're down there. We'll see what the experts say. Oh, help up front. All right, so we got Brian going 13-8, BP a 14-1. Got a buck 40 down, 320 to go. Right, 3:15 to go. We might have a new track for you next Friday. It's a possibility. We're going to try it again this Wednesday. Yeah. New Year's Eve, you know, it's definitely a hit or miss day. We've had some New Year's Eves where we're packed. This year was not one of them. So we're going to try again for track change this coming Wednesday. If we have enough help, we'll get it done, and we'll have a new track next Friday. Be going the opposite direction, of course. Then all new design coming up for our Winter Classic later in the month. Got 235 down, 225 to go. Mirafuente going 13-7 last time by, backing it up to 13-8. All right, 210 to go, drivers. All right, folks, we're 3:15 in. Brian's on 21 flat, Brandon on 20:01. Gap between these two drivers about 9 seconds at this point. Fast laps, we got Brian going 13-7 and BP going 13-9. Doesn't matter how much power you have to be a pretty good driver to get in the 13s. Minute 20 to go, drivers. All right, just over a minute remains. Brian's on 22 lapper, Brandon on 21-12. 4 minutes down. All right, 45 seconds to go. Whoa. "30 seconds left, drivers." So we're going to go right back into round number 2 after this, after a very, very brief break. 15 seconds left in this race. All right, time's about to expire. Keep on going. I'll just give you that one there. All right, guys. Bryant, 2101. Brandon, 2110. All right, guys. Round two coming up next in 2 minutes. All right, guys. Race number one. If I get all my mod drivers out here and like 4 of my stadium truck guys. 3 or 4 of the stadium truck guys. Already got 1. Got 3. All right, guys. Our starting order for round 2 is going to be Ben, Scott, Gabriel, then Andrew, Logan, and Milo. All right, back up, guys. Back up, back up, back up, back up. All right, folks, it's going to be Ben on the tone. Ben. Scott. Gabriel. Andrew. Logan. Milo. All right, we are qualifying. This is race 1, round 2. All right, fastest opening lap goes to Logan Holstad at 16.4. All right, folks, had to do a little fixing here on the leaderboard. All right, so currently leading your sportsman group is going to be Gabriel, followed by Ben and Scott. Our rookie group, we got Andrew, Logan, and Milo. Minute 25 down, 3:35 left. Whoa, careful at the end of the straight, guys. Careful at the end of the straight. All right, that's getting cleared up. Got a buck 45 down. Got Andrew going 15.8 that last time by new fast lap. Minute 50 down. All right, we're 2 minutes in. Andrew Ivanova now, the overall leader here, 18.16. Got Logan 17.01, Gabriel 17.10, Ben 16 flat, Scott 16.05, and Milo 15.07. All right, we got 2:20 down, 2:40 to go. Race number 1 on track. We're going 40 plus heat 1 after this. All right, Andrew remains your leader, 17.07. Gabriel 17.10. Ben 17.17. Scott 16 flat. Logan 16.06. Milo 15.02. 2:45 down. 2:15 remains. All right, 3 minutes down, 2 minutes to go. All right, Andrew 17.01, got Ben 17.10, Gabriel 17.11, Logan 16.03, Scott 16.04, Milo 15.03. Got a minute 40 to go now. Logan that time by going 15.9. Got 3:30 down, drivers. 1:30 to go. 90 seconds remaining. All right, now it's Ben in front of the sportsman group, 17.07. Gabriel 17.16. Scott 16.10. Andrew leading the rookie side, 18.17. Logan 16.08. Milo 15.06. Careful in the middle, guys. 1 minute left. $55 seconds remaining. And closest battle out there going to be Ben versus Gabriel, just half a second apart. 40 seconds left. Andrew Ivanova, your overall leader here from the rookie group, 17.05. 20 seconds remain, drivers. seconds remain. Make it count, drivers. Keep on going. Keep going, drivers. Keep going. All right, 2 more cars remaining. And that will be a race, drivers. Your overall victor here, Andrew Ivanova, 17:02. We got Ben, 17:10. Gabriel, 16 flat. Scott, 16:01. Logan, 16 flat. Milo, 16:17. So our rookie order, Andrew, Logan, Milo. Our sportsman order, Ben, Gabriel, Scott. All right, up next is 40 plus. Heat 1. Art, Tim, Tony, John, Dave, and Jason. All right, looking for some turn marshals. I mean, need my drivers from that last race or representatives on behalf. All right, got our marshals out here. All right, folks, let's get all cars to the right side of the track, please. All cars to the right side of the track. Starting lineup here is going to be Art 1, Tim 2, Tony 3, John 4, Dave 5, Jason 6. All right, we're going to go with Art on the tone. All right, Art on the tone. Tim, Tony, John, Dave, and Jason. All right, fastest opening lap going to Tony Wilson out of 14.7. Got Dave 15.2, Art 15.3, Tim a 15.6. 30 seconds in, drivers. All right, 40 seconds down. Tony, Dave, Art, Tim, John, and Jason. All right, drivers, we're now 1 minute in. Tony Wilson out front. 21.13 for pace. Got Dave at 20.07. Art 19 flat. Tim 19 flat. John 19.12. Jason on a 15. Fast lap remains the same. Tony Wilson out of 14.7. Got 15 ones out of Dave and Art. Just as I say that, Dave going 14.8. Tim going 15.4. Got John a 15.4. Tony going 14.6 that time by. Minute 40 in, 3:20 to go. Right now it's Tony, Dave, Art, Tim, John, and Jason. Got 3:10 remaining, drivers. Tony up by 3 seconds on Dave. Dave 2.1 ahead of Art. Art 0.01 ahead of Tim. Tim 3.7 ahead of John. And John a lap up on Jason. We're 2 down, 3 to go, drivers. right, 2:45 remaining. Tony going 14-6 that time by 14-6-3-7. Got 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. And as he crosses the line, Tony going 14-3 that time around. New fast lap. Shattering fast time. That'll put his pace to a 21:10. Got Dave 20:06, Art 20:10, Tim 20:13, John 19:05, and Jason 16:18. Got 2 minutes to go, drivers. Tony going 14-2 that time around. Watch out, folks. Got a wild tiger on the loose. And Tony 21:09. He's now 9 seconds ahead of Art. Art 4 ahead of Tim. Tim 1.5 ahead of Dave. Dave 6.2 ahead of John. And John a lap up on Jason. Minute 35 remaining here. All right, a minute 20 to go. Wilson on a 21:09. Art 20:10. Tim now 19 flat. Dave 19 flat as well. John 19:16. Jason 16:10. All right, drivers, we are now 4 minutes in. Tony, Art, Tim, David, John, and Jason. Closest battle right now for the 3 spot. Tim and Dave half a second apart. 85 seconds remain. Tony 21:12, Art 20:09, Tim 20:14, Dave 20:15, John 19:13, Jason 16:12. 30 seconds remain. All right, 10 seconds to go, drivers. Closest battle still Tim and Dave. They're 1.5 apart right now. Advantage Helbert. Keep going, drivers. Keep going. One more car, and that'll be a race. UB Wilson going 21:13, Cardinale 20:09, Elbert 20:13, Bixler 20:14, Emilio 19:08, Bob Bach 16:03. All right, folks, making our way into another heat of 40-plus buggy. This is race 3, round 2. Martin, Barry, Julian, Kevin, Steve, Nelson, and Brian. All right, I'm looking for some turn marshals, please. Thank you all my drivers from that previous group. All right, got my marshals out here. All right, let's get everybody lined up on the right side of the track, please. The right side of the course. Starting order for this round will be Martin 1, Barry 2, Julian 3, Kevin 4, Steve 5, Nelson 6, Brian 7. All right, you guys are going one by one as your name is called. It's going to be Martin on the tone. Barry, Julian, Kevin, Steve, Nelson, and Brian. All right, 25 seconds in, fastest opening lap goes to BG out of 14.4. Got stopped at 14.5, Nelson 14.6, Steve 14.7, Martin on lap 2 going 14.6. Kevin going 14.7, Julian going 14.5. BG opens with a pair of 14.4s. I'll keep them out front. Race leader right now going to be that yellow, blue, orange, and white. Not necessarily in that order. Right now, BG's pace 21.04. Got Barry 21.04, Martin 21.07, Julian 21.08, Kevin 21.09, Steve 21.12, Nelson 20.03, Julian 20.05. Got minute 15 down, 3:45 to go. All right, folks, a minute 30 down, 3:30 to go. Barry stop it. 14.3 that time by. So that puts him 0.3 of a second ahead of Martin, who is 1 second ahead of Brian. Minute 45 down, 3:15 to go. Got Barry 21.02, Martin 21.03, Brian 21.08, Steve 21.10, Kevin 21.12, Julian 21.13, Nelson also 21.13. All right, from first to last in this group, it is 4 seconds. Just past 2 minutes in. Barry going 14.1 that time by. All right, 2:40 remaining. Oh, this time by, we got Martin 0.3 ahead of Barry, Barry 1.4 ahead of Brian, Brian 1.5 ahead of Steve, Steve 0.08 ahead of Kevin, Kevin 0.6 ahead of Nelson, Nelson 1.1 ahead of Julian. Got 2:15 remaining here. This time by, Martin up on Barry by half a second. Well, Martin 21.03, Barry 21.04. That's the battle to watch right now. Both cars faster than TQ pace. 2 minutes to go. All right, a minute 45 remaining. Martin, Barry, Kevin, Brian, Steve, Nelson, Julian, your full running order. Minute 30 to go. Martin now on a 21.03, Barry 21.04, Kevin 21.10, Brian also 21.10, Steve 21.11, Nelson 21.12, Julian 21.12, Kevin falling back just a bit. He's on a 20 flat at the moment. That's 75 seconds remaining. All right, drivers, just over a minute to go. We are now 4 minutes in. Martin half a second ahead of Barry, Barry 5 ahead of Brian, Brian 0.1 ahead of Julian, Julian 0.4 ahead of Nelson, Nelson 1 second ahead of Kevin, Kevin 0.5 ahead of Steve. Still very close here in this qualifier. Got 45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds to go. So you guys know, B names will likely be early in the running order when we get to the main events. 15 seconds to go, drivers. Martin Berry, 7/10 the gap. Right now it's advantage Martin. Got Brian, 9/10 ahead of Julian. Julian, 0.01 ahead of Nelson. Nelson, 0.8 ahead of Kevin. All right, that will be a race. Martin taking this one 21:03. Barry goes 21:04. Brian at 21:10. Julian 21:11. Kevin 21:11. Nelson 21:20. And Steve 20:02. All right, folks, it is time for 21.5 Expert. All right, I'm going to need some turn marshals, please. All right, Wilson, you gonna make this one? Got about 30 seconds. All right, folks, looks like everybody's ready to go. So, our starting order, got Tony 1, Andrew 2, Mondrail 3, Jacob 4, R5, Lucas 6, Dave 7, Ken 8. We're going with Tony on the tone. Andrew, Mondrail, Jacob, Art, Lucas, Dave, and Ken. All right, your fastest opening lap goes to Andrew Montez out of 15.2. Got Jacob at 15.5, Art at 15.6. Tony responds at 15.2. Mondrail responds at 14.7. All right, 45 seconds in. Andrew going 14.8 that time by. All right, now Andrew Montez on 20.02 for pace. Mondrail 20.03, Art 20.06, Lucas 20.09, Tony 20.10, Jacob 20.11, Kim 20.14, and Dave an 18.12 at the moment. Dave just going 14.9. All right, folks, a minute 15 down, 3:45 to go. All right, a minute 30 down, 3:30 left. And Mondrail Brown now taking over the lead. Now Mondrell, a 2002, Andrew 2002 as well. Tony going 2006, Lucas 2007, Jacob 2013, Art 2014, Dave 1909, Ken 1801. We're now 2 minutes down, 3 minutes remaining. And Montez now back to the front. 2003 is his pace. 2:45 remaining. $2.25 down, $2.35 to go. Tony, Lucas, Mondrell, Andrew, Jacob, Art, Dave, and Ken, your full running order. All right, 2:50 down, 2:10 to go. Now Lucas now out front. Lucas currently working at 20:06 per pace. 3 minutes in, 2 minutes to go. So Lucas 20:06, Mondrell 20:09, Tony 20:09, Jacob 20:15, Andrew 20:15, Art 19:01, Dave 19:10, Ken 18 flat. All right, 1:40 remaining. Lucas 1.3 ahead of Mondrell. Mondrell now 1.4 ahead of Tony. Tony 3 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 0.4 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 1.2 ahead of Art. Art 5 ahead of Dave. Dave 4.3 ahead of Ken. All right, we got 4 minutes down. Lucas 1.2 ahead of Mondrell at this junction of the race. He's on a 20:05 per pace. Mondrell 20:07, Tony 2013, Jacob 2014, Andrew 2015, Art 19:02, Dave 19:07, Kim 19:13. $35 seconds left. This time by Lucas just 0.4 ahead of Mondrell. Mondrell 5 ahead of Tony. Tony 1 ahead of Jacob. And Mondrell now to the race lead, going 14:6 that time by. Putting in the laps when they count. 5 seconds left, drivers. Keep going, keep going. Tony might have missed a lap there. Okay, that will be a race, drivers. It is going to be Mondrell Brown taking the W there, 20:05. Now Lucas 20:06, Jacob 2012, Tony 2013, Art 19 flat, Andrew 19:02, Dave 19:09, Kim 19:12. All right, moving into the Cinco, race number 5. This is Sportsman Buggy. Sportsman Buggy. If I yell my drivers from 21.5, come on out, Marshall, please. This is Sportsman Buggy, 17.5. right, I need a little help out here. I need help on the left side. Careful, last jump, guys. Careful on the right. Hey, can I get all my 21.5 drivers out here? That'll be Ken, David, Andrew, Art, Tony, Jacob, Lucas, Mondrell. You don't want to be the first person in 2026 to lose a run. All right, if I get one of you guys in front of the driver's stand, please. Thank you, sir. All right, let's get everybody lined up. Everybody to the right side of the track prior to the start-finish line. All right, starting order for this group is going to be Capri 1, Andrew 2, Ben 3, Justin 4, Joey 5, Gabriel 6. We'll be going with Capri on the tone. Andrew, Ben, Justin, Joey, and Gabriel. All right, we got Brown going 15-9. Alverson the 16-1, Levers the 16-0. All right, we got 30 seconds down. Capri a 14-7. All right, we're 40 in. Capri, Justin, Bennett. Capri, Ben, Andrew, Gabriel, Justin, and Joey, your full running order. All right, we are racing this Sunday, guys. Sunday. There will be off-road racing inside on this track. So, gates will probably open at 9 a.m. Racing will start probably about 11. Minute 10 down, 3:50 to go. Right now it's Capri, Ben, Justin, Andrew, Gabriel, Joey. Got Capri on at 20:11. Ben 19:15. Justin 18:04. Andrew 18:04. Gabriel 17:07. Joey 15:15. So I got Ben Halverson out front on a faster than TQ pace. $140 down, 3:20 to go. Oh, help on the right. And Capri back to the front, followed by Andrew, Justin, Ben, Gabriel, and Joey. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left. All right, 2:15 down, 2:45 remaining. All right, Capri on an 18:04 at the moment. Andrew 18:12, Ben 18:15, Gabriel 17:06, Justin 17:13, and Joey 14:10. Pace is half falling off a bit here. Nobody on a faster than TQ pace now. Careful. All right, folks, we are now 3 minutes in. Yeah, Capri continuing to lead this group ahead of Andrew, Ben, Gabriel, Justin, and Joey. Capri off the track. That is going to put Andrew Ivanova to the front. But Andrew on 18:10 at the moment. Ben 17:01, Gabriel 17:12, Justin 17:17, Joey at 15:11. All right, got minute 20 to go, drivers. Minute 10 remains, 70 seconds left. One minute to go. Andrew's pace now 18:08, Ben 17:01, Justin 17:07, Gabe a 17:15, Joey 15:04. Careful up front, drivers. Be careful up front. That is clear. 40 seconds left. 30 seconds remain. 20 to go. Everyone pretty well spaced out here. No real battles going on. At 10 seconds left. Up next is going to be our first heat of intermediate. Heat 1 of intermediate is up next. Keep going. Two more cars remain. And that will be a race. So it's going to be Andrew taking that qualifier going 18:06, Scott Justin 17:03, then 17:04, Gabriel 17:13, Joey is 16:17. Okay, folks, we're now moving into race number 6. All right, everybody's checked in, but I'm still looking for turn marshals. All my drivers from that previous group, please. Andrew, Justin, Ben, Gabriel, Joey, Capri, I need all your help, please. All right, looks like you got everybody. So let's line them up on the right side. Starting order of this round will be Austin 1, Anthony 2, King 3, Carter 4, Martin 5, Scott 6. Hey, can I get you guys to back up, please? Nice. All right, guys, we're going racing with Austin on the tone. Anthony, King, Carter, Martin, and Scott. Oh, middle. Got 30 seconds down, drivers. Anthony with the fastest opening lap, going 15.6. That King at 15.9, but lap 2, Anthony going 14.8. 14.8 and doing great. So, we're so far Anthony, Austin, King, Martin, Scott, and Carter. We're just about 1 minute down. All right. Oh, careful in the middle, guys. Careful in the middle. That is clear. Minute 10 down, 3:50 remains. Anthony's pace now 20:03. Got King 20:10, Austin 20:12, Carter 18:06, Martin 18:10, and Scott 17:02. All right, we got Anthony currently 1 second ahead of Austin. Austin 3.5 ahead of King. King is 2.9 ahead of Carter. Carter 1.3 ahead of Martin. Martin 1.9 ahead of Scott. Buck 40 down, 3:20 to go. Oh, help in the middle. All right, battle out front getting close. Austin and Anthony, 1/10 is the gap. All right, drivers, we're just past 2 minutes in. Austin's pace now 20:02, Anthony 20:03. King 19 flat, Martin 19:15, Scott 18:06, Carter 17:04. 2:20 down, 2:40 to go. All right, 2:30 in, 2:30 remains. Careful in the middle, guys. Yeah, 2:45 in, 2:15 remaining. Church's pace now at 20:04. Anthony now taking over the lead, 20:04. Austin going 20:07, King 20:15. Martin 19:15, Carter 18:11, Scott 17:05. 2 minutes remaining, drivers. Austin Church just reset fast time at a 14:3. Right now, gap between Anthony and Austin is half a second. Got a minute 40 to go. Anthony and Austin both 20:05. King 19 flat. Martin 19:14. Carter 18:14. Scott 17 flat. All right, a minute 15 remains, and it's still a battle here. Austin versus Anthony. You heard the man minutes ago. Anthony going 14:7 that time by. So, got a tumble there. Careful in the middle, guys. 40 seconds remaining. Austin 1 second ahead of Anthony. That's our closest battle. "25 seconds remaining. This time around, Austin now 1.5 the gap. 15 seconds remain. Five seconds left. Church taking a spill there. Church did go 21 laps in round one, so that will keep his spot safe. Anthony, however, going to take round number 2. One more. And that'll be a race, guys. It's going to be Anthony going 20:04, Austin 20:05, King 19:06, Martin 18:03, Carter 18:06, Scott 17:07. All right, folks, race number 7. It's going to be another heat of intermediate. And right now, out of heat 1, we got Austin and Anthony qualified 1 and 2. Got the youth movement going here in 17.5 intermediate. All right, looking for all my drivers from that group to turn marshals. Got race number 7 in warm up. One, two, three, four. Go to the bathroom and come right back out here. Assuming it's not number 2. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, got 6 drivers on the stand. All right, looking for my last race. I need you guys to marshal. I should have Anthony Austin King, Martin Carter Scott. Carter will be back in just a moment. He's got a tinkle. All right, got mine there. Austin, I think you guys are going to have to break it up. All right, folks. Starting lineup here. Gonna be Tim 1, John 2, Patrick 3, George 4, Ken 5, Jason 6. All right, we are going with Tim on the tone. John, Patrick, George, Ken, and Jason. All right, opening lap. Got John Emilio going 15-3. Patrick, I don't think I'm getting laps from you. Yeah, FYI, Patrick, your transponder is dead. You got 55 seconds in, drivers. John out front, 20:03. Ken 19:07. George 19:09. Tim 17:01. Jason 16:14. And we'll figure out what pace Patrick's on here shortly. Careful up front, guys, up front. Minute 30 down, 3:30 left. Right now, John on a 20:01, leading the way. Got George 19:11, Ken 19:11, Patrick officially, unofficially 19:12, Tim 17:04, and Jason 17:17. All right, go ahead. All right, we got 2:20 down, 2:40 to go. $230 in, $230 to go. All right, Emilio leading the way at 20:10. Oh, we got a big tumble there. All right, drivers, we are just about 3 minutes in. John, Patrick, George, Ken, Tim, and Jason. Yeah, John, 20:11, Patrick 19:01, George 19:09, Ken 18:01, Tim 18:04, Jason 17:15. All right, 1:25 to go. Minute 15 to go, 75 seconds remain. John currently 4 ahead of Patrick. Patrick 7 ahead of George. George 5 ahead of Ken. Ken 4.6 ahead of Tim. You heard the man. All right, 35 seconds remain. Keep going, guys, till you hear your name. All right, that'll be a race, guys. John Melio going 2009, Patrick going 1902, George 1909, Ken 1911, Tim 1802, and Jason 1704. Patrick, please be sure to check that transponder before the main. Might just come unplugged or something. All right, folks, making our way into the Oak Show. That is race number 8. 17.5 buggy, heat 1. All right, if I get all my drivers from that previous group, I'm going to need your help. All right, I may need some turn marshals, guys. I'm looking for John, Patrick, George, Ken, Tim, and Jason. I see 3 out here. Okay, we got 4. Still not 6, though. All right. Holy moly. Well, escalated quickly. John, okay, you got it. All right, folks, starting lineup here is going to be Brian 1, Brandon 2, Brian 3, Kevin 4, Steve 5, Jacob 6. All right, we are going with Bryant on the tone. Brandon, Brian, Kevin, Steve, and Jacob. All right, lap 1, Bryant to 14.5. Got Brandon a 14.6, Brian 14.6, Kevin 14.8, Steve a 14.3, and Jacob going 15.2. So Steve Leung taking down fastest opening lap. But Bryant responds a 14.1. Right now it's Bryant, Steve, Kevin, Brian, Brandon, and Jacob. Your full order so far. 45 seconds in. All right, drivers, 1 minute down. Bryant currently at 21-5 flat. So Bryant 21-5 flat, Bryant 21-07, Kevin 21-08, Brandon 21-08, Steve also 21-08, Jacob 20-01. All right, a minute 30 down, 3:30 left. Yeah, Brian, 1.6 ahead of Brandon now up to the 2 spot. Brandon 0.5 ahead of Kevin, Kevin 0.3 ahead of Steve, Steve 0.7 ahead of Brian, Brian 3 ahead of Jacob. All right, 2:15 down, 2:45 remaining. Brian on a 22 lap pace now, 22:13, equaling his pace from round number 1. That time by going 13:8. Now BP going 21:03, Kevin 21:06, Brian 21:08, Steve 21:09, Jacob 20:05. All right, we're 3 minutes down, drivers. Brian, 5 seconds up on Kevin, but behind Kevin, it's a pretty close battle here. We got Kevin 0.06 ahead of Brandon, Brandon 0.5 ahead of Brian, Brian 0.5 ahead of Steve. So 2 through 5 right now, all within about a second and a half, maybe a little less. A minute 35 remaining here. So Brian 22:12, we got Brandon 21:07, Kevin also 21:07, Brian 21:08, Steve 21:10, Jacob 20:03. Minute 20 to go, drivers. $70 seconds remain. Brandon currently 0.4 ahead of Kevin, Kevin 0.2 ahead of Brian, Brian 1.5 ahead of Steve. That is 2 through 5. And we got 1 minute to go, drivers. Brandon going 13:9 that time by. So let's see. That's going to put Brandon 1.1 ahead of Kevin. Kevin just 0.3 ahead of Brian. Brian now 2 ahead of Steve. We got 30 seconds left. Meanwhile, Mira Fuente about 6 seconds up the road. All right, drivers, 20 seconds remaining. 10 seconds to go. This time by Kevin and Brian, 0.3 of a second apart. That is your closest battle going down for the 3 spot. Time has expired. Keep on going. And that will be a race, drivers. Got Bryant, 22:13, same pace as round 1. Perea going 21:04, Allen 21:06, Gross 21:07, Leon going 21:11, Jorgensen at 20:06. All right, so we are now moving into race number 9. That is Heat 2 of Expert. right, I'm going to need all my drivers from that previous group to come on out and turn marshal. All right, everybody's checked in. Got marshals out here. Cool. We got Steve, Jacob, Brian. I got Brandon. I got Kevin. Hey, Brian, do I have marshals over here? Okay. All right, let's line them up, guys. Everybody to the right side of the track. It is going to be Barry on the tone. Lucas 2, Tony 3, Rohan 4, Andrew 5, Martin 6. All right, guys, listen up. We're going with Barry on the tone. Lucas, Tony, Rohan, Andrew, and Marty. All right, we're 30 seconds in. We got Andrew Montes with the fastest opening lap going 14.6. But we got Tony and Lucas responding with 14.5s. Martin White going 14.3 on the second lap. 45 seconds in, 4:15 to go. Careful, back straight. Beginning of the back straight, careful. All right, 1 minute down, 4 minutes to go. Got Barry out front now on a 21.10 for pace. Got Martin 21.12, Tony 21.12, Andrews 20 flat, Rohan 20.04, Lucas 17 at the moment. 130 down, 330 left. All right, so stop it. Currently 0.05 ahead of White. White 0.4 ahead of Wilson. Wilson 0.7 ahead of Montez. Montez 0.9 ahead of Monsall. All right, we got Barry going 14.4. Tony going 14.4. Rohan going 14.8 that time. Got 2:15 down, 2:45 remaining. All right, folks, 2:25 down, 2:35 to go. All right, so it's going to be stop at 21.07, Wilson 21.11, White 21.11, Montez 20.02, Bonsall 20.11. Got 2:45 down, 2:15 to go. At 3 minutes in. Martin White taking down fastest lap now with a 14.2. I'll put him 1 second off of Barry's pace. So Barry 21.08, Martin 21.09, Tony 21.11, Andrew 20.01, Rohan 20.08. Minute 40 remains. This time around, gap now 0.8 between your leaders. A minute 25 to go. Andrew resetting his PR, going 14.5, backing that up with 14.8. Minute 15 remains here. Barry 0.8 ahead of Marty. Marty 1.3 ahead of Tony. Tony 2.1 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 6.7 ahead of Rohan. Got a minute 5 remaining here. Just about 4 minutes down. Barry Martin, 0.7 the gap. Right now it's advantage Soffit. Race leader dropping that silver and purple car. Well, Soffit going 15-3 that time. For the moment, it puts white out front. White crosses over the line. He holds on by 1/10 of a second now. That is the gap between our top two cars. 30 seconds remaining. And this time around, Marty going 14-1. That'll put him 0.6 of a second out. 20 seconds to go, drivers. Barry responds to 14-3. Gap down to 0.2 of a second. 10 seconds remaining, drivers. Keep going, keep going. Oh, Martin getting caught up. And that's going to give the round to Barry Soffit, going 21.08. Martin at 21.09. Tony 21.11. Andrew 20.02. Rohan 20.14. All right, folks, moving into race number 10. That is Stadium Truck. Yeah. Hey, it's at your own risk, bud. It's at your own risk. All right. Get all of our turn marshals out here. Everybody from that last race. That's going to be Barry, Martin, Tony, Andrew, Rohan, and Lucas. I'm in. Need your help, guys. All right, let's get everybody over on the right-hand side of the track. I'm going to need a little help in the middle. I'm going to need 2 marshals in the middle. All right, I should have Barry, Martin, Tony, Andrew, Rohan, Lucas. Excellent. Thank you, guys. All right, folks. Starting lineup, Brian, Julian, Art, Nelson, Jacob, Steve, Patrick, George, and Brandon. Be ready to go when I call your name, or else you're going to get run over. Brian on the tone. Brian, Julian, Art, Nelson, Jacob, Steve, Patrick, George, Brandon. Fastest opening lap. Wow. Very close here. Had Mirafuente a 14.764, Gross a 14.765. That's how close it was with fast opening lap. 45 seconds in. All right, so play nice with one another. You know when a faster truck's coming up, just give them a little space. Just like George, be like George. All right, 1 minute down, 4 minutes remain. All right, good teamwork so far, guys. Got a minute 10 down, 3:50 remaining. It's a full house tonight in truck. We got 10 drivers on the stand right now. 1 minute 25 down, 3:35 to go. Right now it's Mirafuente out front at a 21:07. Got Gross 21:13, Taylor 21:14, Perea 20:10. Yeah, Jacob 2011, Art 2014, Steve 1907, Nelson 1908, George 1915, Patrick 1815. About 45 down and 3:15 remains. Bryant 1.5 ahead of Brian, Brian 0.5 ahead of Julian, Julian 2.7 ahead of Brandon, Brandon 2.9 ahead of Art, Art 2.8 ahead of Jacob, Jacob 0.3 ahead of Steve. Steve 0.5 ahead of Nelson, Nelson 2 ahead of George, and George 7 ahead of Patrick. Got 2:15 down, 2:45 remaining. Brian Mirafuente, blue and yellow fellow out front, 21:08 is his pace. So I actually got top 3 trucks up on TQ pace. Got 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Julian Taylor now to the top spot, 21:13. Brian 21:14. Brian also 21:14. It is close out front. Top 3 trucks within half a second now. Leader's going to be blue and yellow. Second is going to be orange, blue, green. Third is going to be the white truck with the green, yellow wheels. 3 down, 2 to go, drivers. Brian, Julian, and Brian all within a second. Got Perea just 2 seconds back. Work together, guys. Let the white truck through. Minute 40 to go, drivers. Well, that will knock Taylor back to the 4. Perea now up to the 3. We still got a minute 30 to go. Brian just 0.9 ahead of Brian. Both still up on TQ pace. Perea almost on a TQ. Almost beating TQ of round 1. So Brian 1.2 ahead of Brian. Brian 3.5 ahead of Brandon. Brandon 4 ahead of Julian. Julian 2.3 ahead of Art. Art 7 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 2.7 ahead of Nelson. Nelson 1.8 ahead of Steve. Steve 5 ahead of George. George 6.4 ahead of Patrick. 4 down, 1 to go. All right, 45 seconds remain. Brian, Brandon, Art, Julian, Jacob, Nelson, Steve, George, Patrick, your full running order. Got 30 seconds to go. Closest battle looks to be Art and Julian. 20 seconds remain, drivers. Ten seconds left. Looks like Julian 0.018 ahead of Art right now. Careful in the middle. 5 seconds left, drivers. All right, will be a race, guys. Brian going 21:10, BG a 20 flat. Perea 2003, Taylor 2013, Cardinale 2013, Jacob 1903, Nelson 1907, George 1804, Steve 1805, Patrick 1811. All right, guys, final race of qualifying is coming up. That is Mod Buggy. All right, got everybody checked in. Got marshals making their way to the track. All right, folks, so give me Brian leaving first, Brandon 2, Kalis 3. All right, after this, we'll take a very, very, very short break. We'll go into our main events. Just letting you guys know, if you're in a B main, you will likely be up early. Be ready. All right, Brian, tell him to tell him. Brandon and Kalis, whenever you'd like. All right, got Brian to 14-1, Brandon to 14-5, and Kalis with a 13-9. All right, 30 seconds in, 4:30 to go. Oh, here Ponte a bit of a tumble. Oh, we got Kalis 0.7 ahead of Brandon. Brandon 1 ahead of Brian. Brian getting stuck on the wrong side of the course there. Bit of a do-over for Mir Ponte, but I don't think he's tripping. Yeah, I think he'll make the main. He might even make the podium. All right, $1.15 down, 3:45 to go. Got Kalis Low out front. Ooh, 13.6 that time by for Low. Got CeeLo out front, 22.06. BP, 22.14. And Brian going 13.618 that time by. Mir Ponte mounting a charge. Got 3:15 remaining, drivers. Race leader driving the blue and white with the red trim. All right, now your second place battle on the left side of the track, making their way in front of the driver's stand. Perea up by 0.9 of a second. This time by 0.5 of a second. Yeah, 2:20 down, 2:40 to go. Kalis Low holding down a 6-second lead. Kalis is pace 22.06. Trouble for BP. BP falling on his lid. Kalis going 13-6 that time by. All right, 2:20 to go, drivers. All right, 2:50 down, 2:10 to go. Kalis Bryant Brandon. So we got Kalis 6.7 ahead of Bryant. Bryant 4.7 ahead of Brandon. Kalis' pace currently at 22:05. Bryant at 21:02, and BP 21:10. Minute 45 remaining here. All right, folks, a minute 10 to go. Yeah, Kalis 22:06, Bryant 22:14. BP going 13:8 that time by. All right, folks, 40 seconds left. Kalis another 13-6, backs it up to 13-7. Pace still 22:05. Bryant 22:13, Brandon 21:08. Mirfuente going 13:505 that time by. Kalis Lowe going 13:544. 15 seconds to go. Oh, BP finishing that one off with a 13:8. And that'll be a race. Kalis Lowe going 22:05. Bryant going 22:11, and BP at 21:06. All right, folks, get the main events. We'll get the main events dialed in here. Come back at you in just a minute. Remember, if you didn't qualify too good, you got more than 10 cars in your class, you're probably going to be in the B main event. And that will be up early in the round. right, just giving you guys a little warning. Main order is going to look a little different because there are so many people running 3 classes. All right, got our 40 plus B main coming up first. Intermediate B main 2, expert B main 3. Then we'll go into race 4, which is our combined rookie and 21.5 sportsman class. Then we'll go 40 plus buggy, 21.5 expert. Stadium truck will now be after 21.5 expert. There is no way I can put stadium truck after expert 17.5. Not happening. So after stadium truck, we'll go into sportsman intermediate expert and mod. All right, guys, we'll start with our 40 plus B main at 10 o'clock. 40 plus B main going to be Art, Tim, David, John, and Jason. Apologies to Jason Bombach. You are starting off back-to-back in the round. All right, folks, it's about that time. We're going to start calling up race 1. That is going to be our 40 plus B-man event. Art, Tim, Dave, John, and Jason, you guys are up. All right, so turn marshals would be my mod buggy drivers, and I am going to need a little bit of help from expert 17.5's A-Main. If I get like 3 marshals from that group. Here's our 40 plus B-Main up first. Art, Tim, Dave, John, and Jason. Okay. All right, this is our 40 plus B-Main. Top 2 in this one go to the A. A-Main of 40 plus will be coming up race number 5. All right, Jason, are you gonna make this one, or are you gonna do the next one? All right, we got about 30 seconds. I'm gonna need a marshal up front and a marshal on the left. Yeah. No. All right, if I can get one more up front, just need one more turn marshal up front. Yeah, marshal up front, in front of the driver's stand. Thank you, sir. All right, so our starting lineup is going to be Art on the 1, Tim on the 2, David 3, John 4, and Jason on the 5. Go ahead and put him on the back straight. Oh, can you fix his body too, please? All right, folks, grid is now good. Drivers, best of luck. We're racing in less than 5. Here we go. All right, we're 15 seconds in. And now it's Cardinale, 9/10 ahead of Albert. Albert about 3 ahead of Melio. Melio just ahead of Bixler. 30 seconds down. All right, Cardinale going 15-1. All right, we're 40 seconds in. Art up by about a second. Stop by as they cross line. Gap about the same. Tim going 15-2 that time around. John Melio 14-9. Bixler going 15-5. 55 in. 4:05 remaining. Cardinale 14-8 that time by Albert going 14-9. Bixler going 14-8. Well, times are starting to drop here. We're 110 down, 350 to go. It's Art 1.1 ahead of Tim, Tim 3.2 ahead of John, John 1 ahead of Dave, and Dave 8 ahead of Jason. Bixler going 14-7, that pass, getting faster. Oh, Melio with the flip. Good marshaling there from Capri. 130 down, 330 to go. So Art currently 1.3 ahead of Tim. Tim is 3 seconds ahead of Dave. Dave 1.3 ahead of John. Got 3:15 to go. Long race ahead. 9/10 of a second, the gap between Art and Tim. Tim 3 ahead of Dave. Dave 2.4 ahead of John. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left. All right, gap remains the same between your top two cars. Bixler starting to close in. All right, go ahead. Yeah, 220 down, 240 to go. Got our 8/10 up on Tim. Tim 4.7 ahead of Dave. Dave 1.6 ahead of John. And John a lap up on Jason. Got 240 down, 220 remaining. Just past halfway. Tim Elder is closing in on the leader. You guys better watch out. Bixler is getting larger in the rearview mirror. Bixler just went at 14.6, backing it up to 14.7. Oh, Tim a little short on that double. 3 minutes down, drivers. Leaders crossing over the line. 0.6 is the gap. Got Bixler now 2.6 behind your leaders. Emilio 2.5 behind Bixler. I'm hearing someone's broken. I'm kind of blind, guys. Help me out. 1:35 remaining. Got David Bixler up to the 2 spot now. That's the final spot in the A main. Minute 20 to go, drivers. Hard up by 3 seconds. Bixler now 1 second ahead of Tim. Got Tim 1 second ahead of John. Minute 10 remains, 70 seconds to go. Bixler now gaining on the leader. He's now 2.6 ahead of Tim. Tim now under siege from John Emilio. 55 seconds remaining. Well, inside-outside action. Down the back straight they go. Battle for the 3 spot. Yeah, 45 seconds left. This time around, we got our 2.8 ahead of Dave. Dave clocks in 3.2 ahead of Tim. Tim 2.5 ahead of John. 30 seconds to go, drivers. Race leaders down the back straight. 20 seconds remain. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 to go. Time's about to expire here. When you cross the line, your race will be done. Oh, help out that first double. Ah, man, Elder losing that spot to Emilio on the final lap. And that will be a race, drivers. Cardinale and Bixler making it to the A main event. You guys will be racing again, race number 5. All right, folks. That will conclude our B main of 40 plus. Now we're moving into the B main of intermediate. That'll be Ken, Martin, Jason, and Scott. All right, top 2 in this one, going for the final 2 spots in the intermediate A main. Our intermediate A main will be race number 9. Top 2 finishers will join that group. spot, Martin Arroyo on the 2, Jason Bombach on the 3, and Scott Jorgensen on the 4. I'm going to need someone on the left side of the track, guys. I need someone on the left, the West Coast. Pretty bare over there. I need a little help on the left side. Left side, left side. All right, folks. Thank you, Capri. All right, Jason on the 3, Jason on the 3. Mr. Bombach, do you want to take the 3? And Mr. Jorgensen, if we can get you on the 4. All right, grid is set. Drivers, best of luck. We're racing in less than 5. Here we go. Kinlow leads them off. Got Bombach making a good move at the start. Oh, Arroyo tries to get it back. Unable to thread the needle at this junction of the race. We still got 4:45 left. It's a long race ahead. Race accordingly. All right, Kinlow out front. White car, orange stripe. Got Jorgensen and Bombach, the drag race down the back straight. Bombach looking to the inside. Three-way battle for the final spot in that A-main event. All right, we're 50 seconds in, 4:10 to go. Kinlow 2.3 ahead of Scott. Scott 0.8 ahead of Martin. Martin 0.04 ahead of Jason, and they get together. 1 minute down, drivers, 4 minutes left. Long race ahead. Kinlow going 15-7 that last time by. That's going to be Martin Arroyo currently holding down fast lap at a 15-4. Low with another 15-7 at the line. Oh, trouble for your leader, but he is able to continue on without assistance. Got a minute 30 down, 3:30 left. This time by Arroyo moving up to the 2 spot, so Kim 2.8 ahead of Martin. Martin 2.2 ahead of Scott, and Scott is 4 seconds ahead of Jason. 150 down, 3:10 to go, drivers. All right, folks, we are now 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left. Low out front, 3.2 ahead of Arroyo. Arroyo is 4.3 ahead of Jorgensen. Jorgensen 2.3 ahead of Bombach. 250 remains. Fast lap still, 15.4 from Martin. Got 15.7 from Kim. 16.0 for Scott and 16.2 for Jason. 2:25 down, 2:35 to go. Kinlow continues to lead. That's white car, orange stripes for those of you watching at home. Whoa, Martin with a tumble. 2:45 in, 2:15 to go. All right, 2:10 remaining. Got Kim 6 seconds ahead of Martin. Martin 3.9 ahead of Scott. Scott 9 ahead of Jason. 2 minutes left. Ken, Martin, Scott, and Jason, your running order. Minute 50 remains. All right, $1:40 to go. We got 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Kinlow resetting his best lap, 15.6. Race leader making his way into that final double. Around the bend and down the back straight. Martin over the rollers. Minute 10 remains, 70 seconds to go. This time around, we got Kim 7 seconds ahead of Martin. Martin about 5 ahead of Scott. Scott 9 ahead of Jason. 4 down, 1 to go, drivers. The home stretch. Now Jason resetting his PR, going 16-2. 45 seconds remain. $35 seconds left. Ken 6.6 ahead of Martin. Martin 11 ahead of Scott. And Scott 2.7 ahead of Jason. $20 seconds remain. $15 seconds. Careful up front, guys. Careful up front. Time is about to expire. Oh! That'll be a race, guys. Got Ken Lowe and Martin Arroyo making it to the main event. Scott finishing third, Jason finishing fourth, and that will be a race, guys. I'm going to need your help marshaling this next one. Next up is our B main of Expert 17.5. That is Tony, Andrew, Jacob, and Rohan. Got the young and the young at heart. Tony, you gotta make this one? Oh, you got about 30 seconds. All right, lined up in this one's going to be Tony on the 1, Andrew 2, Jacob 3, and Rohan 4. All right, so top 2 in this one get to continue on. Tony, get to the grid. All right, folks, we are going racing in less than 5. Here we go. All right, Wilson leading lap 1. He's already 9/10 of a second out on Jacob. Jacob 0.4 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 0.2 ahead of Rohan. All right, top 2 of this one make it to the A. 3 and 4, thank you for playing. Got 30 seconds in. Still a close race here. Wilson trying to pull away here. 14-8 that time around. Jacob 15-2, Andrew 15-1, Rohan 15-4. 45 seconds in. Montez going 14-8. 50 seconds down. Tony with a 1.3 second lead. One minute down, 4 minutes to go. Tony going 14-6 that time by. Puts the lead at 1.5. Got Jacob 1.1 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 0.8 ahead of Rohan. Still anybody's race here because that could happen. A little trouble for Tony. That's going to knock him back to the 2 spot. Jacob now holding down the 1. All right, a minute 25 down, 3:35 to go. Our leaders down the back straight. This is still anybody's race. Jacob going 14.5, Tony 14.5, Andrew 14.6, Rohan 14.9. Minute 40 down, 3:20 left. This time around, Jacob 1.1 ahead of Tony. Tony 0.6 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 2 seconds ahead of Rohan. All right, folks, we are coming up on 2 minutes down and 3 minutes remaining. 14.4 for Wilson that time around. 0.8, the gap between Jorgensen and Wilson. 1 second between Wilson and Montez, and 2 seconds between Montez and Bombsaw. 2:15 down, 2:45 left. Wilson now back to the front. Jorgensen right there with him. Yeah, 2:35 remaining. Down the back straight they go. Tony half a second ahead of Jacob. Jacob 1.5 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 1.9 ahead of Rohan. 2:40 down and 2:20 left. All right, this is the last of our B-mains right now. Up next is going to be our combined category, 21.5 Sportsman Racing with Rookie. Up next. This is race 3 on track. Oh, they are close. Down the back straight they go. Jorgensen harassing Wilson here, not making it easy on the race leader. Minute 50 remains. Leaders over that last double. Down the back straight they go. 7/10 the gap this time by. Jorgensen 1.3 on Montez. Montez 2.3 on Bonsall. 1:35 remaining. All right, Jorgensen 0.7 back. Looks like he gained a little time through the left side of the course here. If he can keep those gains, the gap will be slimmer. It is 4/10 separating those 2 cars. Montez 1.3 back. Just over a minute to go, drivers. We are now 4 minutes in. Tony 0.6 on Jacob. Jacob 1.6 ahead of Andrew. Rohan stalling back just a bit. All right, 45 seconds to go. Thank you, Art. Oh, trouble for Jacob. That's about Andrew by. 35 seconds remain. 25 seconds to go right now. Montez 1.5 ahead of Jorgensen. That's our closest battle. Trouble for Andrew in the same spot that Jacob had problems. Oh, keep going. Just keep going. Montez getting stuck perhaps. And Jorgensen gonna take that final spot in the A-main here in all likelihood. We're just running out the clock here. Wilson gonna finish his final lap. And that will be a race, guys. So Tony Wilson taking the W there. Jacob Jorgensen will get the final spot in the Expert A-main event. All right, folks. I'll complete race number 3. We are now moving into the A-mains. It's going to be our sportsman and rookie group. Andrew Logan, Milo John, Ben, Scott, Gabriel. You guys are up. Not necessarily in that order. Yeah. All right, we're looking for a check on Andrew. I have an over that is. Also, maybe if I get on a Marshall or two, I need a little help in the middle section. I need a little help in the middle, please. Thank you, guys. Nah, I'm gonna have to hook up Capri somehow. He's been helping me out all night. All right, guys, so our starting order. It's going to be Ben on the 1, Scott 2, Gabriel 3, Andrew 4, Logan 5, Milo 6. Hi, Orange Car. I'm Daniel. All right, folks. Grid is good. Drivers, best of luck. We are going racing in less than 5. Here we go. Ah, Gabriel's a good start there. We'll keep it together. Long race ahead, guys. All right, so this is technically going to be one of those podium for everybody situations. Got 3 cars in each category, racing simultaneously here. Yeah, Ben Halverson out front. Green ride, the green machine. Making his way through the middle section of the course. That's going to be Scott Jorgensen up to the 2 spot overall. Andrew Ivanova, 3rd spot in the overall scheme of things. Yeah, 55 seconds down, 4:05 to go. Well, Ben a little off trajectory there. Can allow the rest of the pack to close in. Logan right there as well. All right, 1:10 down, 3:50 to go. Halverson out front, Ivanova in the 2. We got Holston the 3, followed by Jorgensen. 1:20 down, 3:40 to go. All right, about 30 down, 3:30 left. So we got the green car versus the blue car out front. Second spot battle going to be the orange versus the dark blue and white. About 45 in, 3:15 to go. All right, we got Ben out front. Andrew trying to chase him down. Got Logan trying to chase them down. Ooh, Logan getting lucky with that move over the piping. Ooh, nice pass. 2:45 to go, drivers. Oh, green car's the leader. Second place right behind him there. Andrew Ivanova from our rookie category, putting some pressure on the race leader. All right, they're making their way up on Milo. All right, drivers, 2:45 down, 2:15 to go. All right, careful first double, guys. Careful with the first double. 2 down. All right, 3 minutes down. All right, let's try to avoid contact, guys. Try to avoid contact. Also, if a faster car is coming up, Might want to let him go. Let him go, Milo. Let him go. Got a minute 40 to go, drivers. So our sportsman standings, we've got Ben, Scott, and Gabriel. Rookie standings could be Andrew, Logan, and Milo. All right, drivers got a minute 20 to go. Looks like Ivanova leading the overall team. The blue car down the back straightaway. Our newest sportsman racer. Just as I say that, he crashes. And that green machine getting larger in the rearview mirror. We got 4 minutes down. So it's not really a battle on the leaderboard, but it's a battle for the overall victory here. Blue car versus green car. Also got that orange car in the fight as well. Logan is in the battle for the overall podium. Got 35 seconds to go. All right, 30 seconds left, drivers. So once again, this will be a podium for everybody. Everybody in this race will stand on a podium. 15 seconds to go. Need a little help on the right. Five seconds left. Logan Holmes finishing 1 second back from one of our sportsman drivers there. That was a good run. Are you going to tech him? This is, okay. Hey, somebody's going to check your cars real quick. All right, so after tech is complete, podium for everybody. It's going to be Ben, Scott, and Gabriel on one podium, and Andrew, Logan, Milo on the other. So, Tony, Andrew, Logan, and Milo are rookie entries. So, there's no rules in rookie, but the 21-5 cars will be Ben, Scott, and Gabriel. All right, race number 5, our 40 plus A main event. Do you? Oh, okay. I can't really hear you. Well, you won overall. So, hey, Andrew, my advice for you, if you have a 21-5 in that car, you can race 2 classes. If I were you, I'd do it. Sweet. Yeah, good move. Good move. All right, we need all my drivers from that last group to come on out and turn marshal, please. Probably use a little help too. Yeah, that's what Tim's here for. He's also here to heckle Barry. Yes, I am going to need all drivers from that last race, please. All drivers from the last one, please. All right, looking for Ben, Andrew, Scott, Logan, Gabriel, Milo. I'm going to need your help, guys. Ben, Andrew, Scott, Logan, Gabriel, Milo. I'm going to need your help, guys. All right, guys, last couple marshals making their way to the track. All right, grid for this one is going to be Martin on the 1 spot. Barry on the 2, Julian 3, Brian 4, Kevin 5, Tony 6, Nelson 7, Steve 8, Art 9, and David 10. Number 6. All right, folks, grid is good. Drivers ready. This is our 40+ A main event. We are racing in less than 5. Here we go. And so far, a good start. Martin skipping it off the tubes. Oh, a little bit of a pile up at the last double. Careful getting down to the straight, guys. All right, folks, got 30 seconds in, 4:30 to go, long race ahead, stay calm. Got Martin White out front, 7/10 ahead of Barry. Got Barry 2 seconds ahead of Brian. Brian a second ahead of Nelson. And we got the Hornet snap. 45 seconds in, 4:15 to go. Oh, Steve getting it wrong. Let Julian by, and you're good to go. All right, folks, 1 down, 4 to go. Martin, Barry, Brian, your top 3. And let these guys cross so I get an accurate synopsis. Nelson in the 4, followed by Julian, David, Steve, Kevin, Art, and Tony. Minute 15 down, 3:45 to go. All right, 125 down, 3:35 to go. Okay. Martin, 1.4 ahead of Barry. They're making their way down the back straight. Careful in the middle, guys. Careful in the middle, going uphill. And that's getting cleared up. Buck 50 down, 3:10 to go. Martin, 1.3 ahead of Barry. Barry, 1.7 ahead of Brian. Brian, 3.9 ahead of Julian. Julian, 1.5 ahead of Dave. Dave, 0.1 ahead of Steve. Steve, 0.7 ahead of Kevin. Kevin, 2.4 on Nelson. Nelson, 0.3 ahead of Tony. Tony, 0.2 ahead of Art. Got 2:15 down, 2:45 remaining. Fast lap of the race. Let's see. It's going to be a 14.2 from White. Got 14.3s from Soppet and Gross. Everybody else, mid-14s, high 14s. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go, drivers. Oh, man, trouble there for Soppet. He is on his way. That's going to put BG to the 2. Still got 2:20 left. All right, 2:45 down, 2:15 to go. Martin, Brian, Barry, Julian, Steve, Kevin, Tony, David, Art, and Nelson. Your full running order here. A minute 45 to go, drivers. We got Soppet back up to the 2 spot. Well, he is about 5 seconds adrift of your race leader. Minute 30 to go. Soppet and Gross still close down the back straight. They go. And they find themselves about 1.6 ahead of Julian. Julian 4 seconds ahead of Steve. Steve 1 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 3 ahead of Tony. Tony 1 ahead of Dave. Dave 2 ahead of Nelson. Nelson 4 ahead of Art. 14-2 for Martin White that time by. Minute 10 remains, drivers, 70 seconds left. One of our closer battles is going to be for the 2 spot, Barry versus Brian versus Julian. A minute to go. Martin 6 ahead of Barry. Barry 0.8 ahead of Brian. Brian 4.9 ahead of Julian. Julian 3.8 ahead of Steve. Steve 0.7 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 5.2 ahead of Dave. Dave 0.4 ahead of Tony. Tony 1.4 ahead of Nelson. Got 40 seconds left, drivers. 35 seconds remain. Barry 0.9 ahead of Brian. Brian 0.7 ahead of Julian. All right, 2, 3, and 4 making their way around the right side of the track. Got Barry coming up on traffic. Careful on the back straight, guys. That's clear. 14 seconds left. So we got Barry, Brian, and Julian with the battle going on there. 5 seconds to go. Will they make it by for one more lap? They do. And it's a race to the finish here. When you cross the line, you'll be done. Julian having a look, and it is going to be Julian by 1/10 of a second there. That will be a race, drivers. All right, it's going to be Martin, Barry, and Julian on the podium tonight in 40 plus. Brian in the 4, followed by Kevin, Steve, Nelson, Tony, David, and Art. All right, yeah, move of the race, maybe even move of the night. Julian Taylor, final corner, making it clean. All right, folks, race number 6 is going to be 21.5 expert, Tony Mondrell Lucas, Andrew Jacob Art, David and Ken. Podium going to be Marty, Barry, and Julian. All right, I know you need some turn marshals. Get some marshals from that last group. All right, turn marshals going to be Martin Berry, Julian Bryan, Kevin Steve, Nelson Tony, David Art. I know a few of you guys are back to back. I still need turn marshals. All right, lineup in this one. Grid is going to be Tony 1, Mondrell 2, Lucas 3, Andrew 4, Jacob 5, Art 6, David 7, Ken 8. All right, folks. Grid is set. Drivers ready. We are going racing in less than 5. Oh, careful front. Wilson out front, followed by Mondrell and Lucas. Jacob in the 4, followed by Art, Ken, Dave, and Andrew. 30 seconds in. All right, we're 35 seconds in. Lucas up to the 2 spot. 45 35 seconds down. So Wilson now half a second up on Lucas. Lucas half a second ahead of Mondrell. Mondrell 1.5 ahead of Art now. Art just making his way past Jacob. Jacob just ahead of Ken. We're 1 minute down, 4 minutes remaining, drivers. This is race number 6 on track. Fast lap so far, Mondrell 15 flat. Now Lucas 15 flat. Oh, now all three of those guys going 14.9. Minute 20 down, 3:40 left. Tony Wilson out front down the back straight. 14.7 for your race leader there. 14.8 for Mondrell. They're 1.1 apart. Got Lucas 1.3 back of Mondrell. Art 2.7 back of Lucas. Art just 0.7 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 1 second ahead of Ken. Ken 2.4 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 1.1 ahead of Dave. Got 150 down, 3:10 to go, drivers. Mondrell Brown with the 14.6. Gap between Tony and Mondrell 1.1. Mondrell 1.6 ahead of Lucas. Lucas 3.1 ahead of Art. Art 1.4 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 1.3 ahead of Ken. Ken 2.6 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 0.5 ahead of Dave. 220 down, 240 to go. Tony, Mondrell, Lucas, Art, Jacob, Ken, Andrew, and David. All right, 240 down, 220 to go. Oh, Wilson going 14.5 that time by. All right, a minute 50 to go. Oh, careful in the middle, guys. Careful in the middle. He's going to set Mondrell back a bit. That's going to put Lucas in the 2. Lucas is now 1 second ahead of Brown. A minute 35 remains, drivers. All right, a minute 20 to go. Got Tony 3 points. Oh, careful on the left. That is clear. Oh, one more. So we got just over a minute to go, drivers. 4 minutes in. Tony, Lucas, Mondrell, Art, Jacob, Andrew, David, and Ken, your full order here. Five seconds remain. Seconds left. This is race 6 coming to a close. Next race up, guys, is going to be Stadium Truck. All right, time is about to expire here. Keep on going. All right, when you cross the line, your time will be done. All right, that will be a race. It'll be Tony, Lucas, and Mondrell on the podium. The rest of the order is Art, Jacob, David, Andrew, and Ken. All right, folks, making our way into race number 7. That is Stadium Truck. All right, everybody's checked in. I got a good complement of marshals out here. All right, lineup is going to be Bryant on the 1, Brian on the 2, Brandon on the 3, Julian on the 4, Art on the 5, Nelson on the 6, Jacob 7, Steve 8, Patrick 9, and George 10. All right, folks. Grid is good. Driver's ready. Marshall's ready. We are going racing in less than 5. Here we go. Ah, man, BP with a bad start. Oh, well, he's back up to the 4 spot already. Oh, man, Steve getting work there. Got 20 seconds in. Mirafonte down the back straight, 6 tenths ahead of BG. BG 2.9 ahead of BP. Brandon 1.4 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 1.4 ahead of Art. Art half a second ahead of Nelson. Nelson 8 tenths of a second up on Patrick. Careful on the left, guys. Careful on the left. All right, we are now 50 seconds in. All right, leaders starting to make their way up on some traffic here. So leader going to be the blue and yellow. Second place, the orange, blue, and green. Third place going to be orange. You see those cars, please give them some room. Minute 15 down, 3:45 left. Bryant going 14.5. That time by resetting fastest lap. Got Brian at 14.7, Brandon 14.8, everybody else in the 15s. Got 130 down, 3:30 to go. Brian, Brandon, Jacob, Art, Nelson, Julian, Patrick, George, and Steve. Your full running order. Let's go, Art. All right, we got a minute 50 down, 3:10 to go. Brian 3 seconds ahead of Brian. Brian 5.2 up on Brandon. Brandon 2.1 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 0.7 ahead of Art. Art 0.8 ahead of Nelson. Nelson 1.7 ahead of Julian. Julian 3.8 ahead of Patrick. Patrick 4 seconds up on George. Got 2:20 down, drivers. 2:40 to go. Fast lap, Bryant's going to 14.4. Got BP just thrown down to 14.5. Brian at 14.7, Jacob at 15.2, Nelson 15.2, Julian just thrown down 14.9. Got 2:25 to go. BG another 14.7 that time around. 2:45 in, 2:15 to go, drivers. All right, folks, getting close to 3 minutes down. All right, second and third making their way down the back straight. That is Brian and Brandon. They're coming up on Patrick there, and they'll be coming up on Nelson pretty quickly. Minute 45 remaining. Down the back straight they go. That's the closest battle out there. BG and BP. Trouble for BG. Still got minute 30 though. It's not that far back. Minute 25 remains. This time by Bryant. 10 up on Brandon. Brandon 2.5 ahead of Brian. Brian 3.7 ahead of Jacob. Jacob 1.9 ahead of Julian. All right, a minute 10 to go, drivers. Whoa, oh, getting a little squirrely there. You heard the man, 1 minute to go. Brandon, Brian, your top 3 followed by Jacob, Julian, Art, Nelson, Patrick, George, and Steve. 45 seconds remain, drivers. "35 seconds left." Oh man, your Fuente cutting it a little too close. 25 seconds left. Careful, double on the left. Thank you, Mondra. 15 seconds. 5 seconds left, drivers. Oh. All right, that'll be a race, guys. Your podium in truck tonight going to be Brian, Brandon, and Brian. The rest of the order is Jacob, Julian, Art, Nelson, Patrick, George, and Steve. That will conclude race number 7. All right, the Ocho for the main event's going to be 17.5 Sportsman Buggy. All right, I'm going to need some turn marshals. There's 7 more. I'm looking for those 7. All right. Let's see. Is Ben? Yeah, there's Ben. Okay. All right. So marshals, I am looking for Steve, George, Patrick, Nelson, Art, Julian, Jacob, Brian, Brandon, Brian. All right, folks. Let's line them up. It is going to be Capri on the number 1, Andrew on the number 2, Justin on the number 3, Ben on the 4, Gabriel 5, Joey 6. All right, grid is set. We got marshals, drivers ready, going racing in less than 5. Here we go. All right, let's restart that one. Sorry, guys. All right, Capri on the 1, Andrew on the 2, Justin on the 3, Ben 4, Gabriel 5, Joey on the 6. All right, folks, take number 2 in just a second. All right, everybody good? We are going racing in less than 5. Here we go. Oh, hold on a second, Andrew. Okay. All right, we got Capri out front, Andrew in the 2, Justin 3, 30 seconds down, 4:30 to go. Top three cars starting to break away here. Oh, the rest of the guys having their own battle going down. About 40 seconds in. Ooh, Andrew having a look at the race leader there. 45 seconds in, 4:15 remains. Yeah, Capri out front, driving the green car. Andrew with the blue. Justin, well, he's driving blue and green. So top three cars, blue, green, or blue and green. All right, minute 5 down, 3:55 to go. Green, blue, blue, green, your top three. All right, a buck 15 down, 3:45 left. Battle out front. Now it's going to be Justin versus Capri. They're making their way through the right-hand side of the course. 135 down, 325 left. Top two cars now over that first double. Uphill, now downhill. Over the rollers, through the chicane, and Capri threads the needle. They make their way down that back straight. Oh, Capri going a little wide there. Justin taking it. Oh, inside-outside action here. These guys are battling. All right, go. 210 down, 250 to go. Battle continues on. Justin half a second up on Capri. Capri 1.8 ahead of Andrew. Andrew 5 ahead of Gabriel. Gabriel 12 ahead of Joey. At 2:35 to go. We battle now through the left-hand side of the course. That's going to be blue and green versus the green. 240 down, drivers. 220 to go. And Capri now back to the top spot. Justin having a look. Justin spinning it a little too hard. So Capri holding it down. Justin on his lid for a moment, but Jacob getting there quickly. That's going to allow Andrew to close in for that 2 spot. Careful on the left, guys. That is clear. 2 minutes remain. Capri, Justin, Andrew, Gabriel, Joey, and Ben in full running order. Trouble for Capri again. That's going to put Justin back to the top. These guys about to make their way down the back straight. Minute 45 to go. Got Justin going 15-1 that time by. They are close. Oh, Capri flips it. So Justin right now has about 2 seconds. He's coming up on Gabriel there. Made his way by. And down the back straight he goes. All right, Gabriel, we got one more coming up on you there. Got just over a minute to go, drivers. We got Justin 1.9 ahead of Capri. Capri 2.8 ahead of Andrew. Andrew lap up on Joey. Joey 2.6 ahead of Gabriel. 40 seconds remain, drivers. 35 seconds left. Capri going 15-1 that time by. Justin getting it wrong. Capri to the top spot now. 25 seconds remain, drivers. It's going to come down to this. Down the back straight they go. 0.6 is the gap. 15 seconds remain. And remains to be seen. Will they make it by for one more lap? Oh, hold on. Time about to expire. And they make it by for one more lap. This is the final lap here. Race to the line. And that will be a race. Capri Brown taking it just ahead of Justin. Those guys battled all race long. So Capri, Justin, Andrew, please grab your cars, head to the podium. Rest of the order will be Joey, Gabriel, and Ben. All right, next race up is going to be our intermediate group. This is going to be a very full race. So this one is going to be Austin Anthony, John Tim, Patrick King, George Carter, Ken, and Martin. Full house for intermediate. All right, I'm going to need some turn marshals. Careful on the right. Oh man, use some turn marshals, please. What the hell? All right, guys, I'm going to need some turn marshals, please. All right, yeah, I'm going to need the help from the previous group. I might need a little more help. We are a little short-handed. So I got Capri, I got Justin, I got Andrew, I got Ben, so I got Joey. Hey Joey, I need your help. Like right now. Thank you. All right, folks, this is our intermediate A main event. Drivers, best of luck. We will be. I need one more in the middle. Somebody, please. One of you guys, please move to the middle. Dear God, can somebody please take the middle? Hey, is this thing on? Can you guys hear me? Somebody please take the middle. All right, folks, we're going racing. Less than 5. All right, we got Church off to a clean start. Acting right there with him. Tim in the 3 spot. All right, 25 seconds in. Just got by Church, 0.9 out of Anthony. Anthony, 1.3 out of Tim. Tim, 1.5 out of Carter. Carter, 0.5 out of Patrick. We're 40 seconds in, drivers. Right now it's Austin, Anthony, Tim, Carter, Patrick, George, Martin, Ken, King, and John. Got 50 seconds down, drivers. 4:10 to go. All right, Austin is now 1.8 out of Anthony. Anthony, 1.5 out of Tim. Yeah, Tim 1.3 ahead of Carter. Carter 0.3 ahead of Patrick. Now we got our leaders, I think, making their way through traffic already, so be aware of that, guys. Tim flipping it over. Oh, careful up front, guys. Careful up front. Look at me, Carter now moving into the 2 spot. Oh, Carter getting into some lap traffic. Hey, guys, let your leaders go, please. Minute 45 in, 3:15 to go. Well, Austin Church out front driving one of those white cars. Second place is going to be the gold car. Third place is going to be multicolored. Blue, green, yellow. Tim right behind him in the fourth spot, driving blue and orange. Got 210 down, 250 to go. Right now, Church out by quite the margin, 8 seconds up. Got Anthony 1.4 ahead of Patrick. Patrick just 0.3 ahead of Tim. They're dicing and slicing. Down the back straight they go. Tim Elber down the 3 spot, just ahead of Patrick. Making their way uphill now, downhill trouble for Tim. Noel Carter through. Got 240 down, 220 to go. Austin, Anthony, Patrick, followed by Carter, Tim, George, King, Ken, John, and Martin. We got Austin now 7.4 seconds up on Anthony. Anthony 2.7 ahead of Patrick. Patrick 2.4 ahead of Carter. Carter 0.5 ahead of Tim. Tim 5 up on George. George 5 ahead of King. King 4.6 ahead of Ken. Got a minute 45 remaining, drivers. Well, we got the 2 white cars finding each other on the track. Don't get confused, guys. I can't tell you apart. Minute 15 remaining. All right, let the gold car go, guys. Gold car is second. Let him go. Multicolor ride, the black, colorblind here. Yellow, green, and blue. He is your third place runner. Please give him room as well. We got 55 seconds to go, drivers. Austin, Anthony, Patrick, you top 3, followed by Carter, George, Tim, King John, Martin, and Ken. All right, guys. Gold car and blue and green car. Let those guys through, please. Thank you, thank you. 30 seconds remaining. 20 seconds remain, drivers. 10 seconds left. So Church got to take home the victory decisively. Church wasn't messing around. He was in the zone. He was gone. All right, one more, and that will be a race, drivers. Your podium tonight in intermediate, we got Austin taking the W. Your newest intermediate, Anthony in the 2, and Patrick taking the 3 spot. The rest of the order will be Carter, George King, Tim, Martin, John, and Ken. All right, that concludes race number 9. We're now moving into 17.5 Expert, the A main event. All right, this is our A main expert. All right, this one's going to be Brandon, Kevin, Barry, Brian, Martin, Lucas, Steve, Tony, and Jacob. All right, if I get my intermediate drivers out here. Oh, a little help. John, to your left. All right, let's get all of our intermediate guys out here. I should have more marshals than I know what to do with. All right, if I get maybe, if I get some of you guys to join John in the middle, I should have like 9 marshals out here. I'm gonna need a little help, please. We should have 2 marshals standing in some spots. All right, grid is going to be Bryant 1, Brandon 2, Kevin 3, Barry 4, Brian 5, Martin 6, Lucas 7, Steve 8, Tony 9, and Jacob 10. All right, folks, grid is set. Drivers ready. We're racing in less than 5. Oh, Brian having a little pucker moment there. EP, you're right there with him. All right, we're 15 seconds in. Right now, Brian, Brandon, Kevin, Martin, Barry, Brian, Steve, Tony, Jacob, and Lucas. 25 seconds down. These guys make their way down the back straight. Okay, fastest lap so far, Bryant's a 14.412, Brandon a 14.479. Oh man, Barry getting stuck in a bad spot. 45 seconds in. It's down by Bryant, half a second ahead of Brandon. Brandon 0.8 ahead of Martin. Martin 1.7 ahead of Brian. Brian 1 second ahead of Steve. Steve just ahead of Tony and Kevin. 1 minute down, 4 minutes left. Ooh, Martin saving that one. Oh, bicycle motion. 105 down, 3:55 to go. Mirafonte going 14-0. Way to go. Mirafonte currently 1.2 ahead of Perea. Perea 1 second ahead of Martin. Martin 1.7 ahead of Brian. Brian 1.3 ahead of Steve. Steve 0.2 ahead of Tony. Tony 0.7 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 1.2 on Lucas. Lucas 0.7 ahead of Barry. And Barry 0.7 ahead of Jacob. Intermediate, I want you guys to watch this race closely. See how it goes down. This is how I want you guys to race. Minute 45 in, 3:15 to go. Wow, Brian going 13.8 that time around. BP 14.1. Kevin going 14.4, Lucas 14.5, Steve 14.5 that time by. BP 14.1 once again. All right, drivers, 2:45 remaining. Oh, race leader down off the back straight through the left side of the course now. He is the blue and yellow. Good teamwork there from Jorgensen. Jorgensen, that one's for position. You can battle that car. But the guy coming up on you, yeah, watch out for him. All right, 2:45 in, 2:15 to go. Right now, Bryant, Brandon, Martin, Brian, Steve, Kevin, Tony, Barry, Lucas, and Jacob, your 4 running order. The race leader, that blue and yellow. Second place, solid orange. Third place going to be the blue car with the white and orange flames. Those guys are making their way through traffic. If you see one of those cars, just give them a little bit of room. Let them go. Minute 45 remains. Brian, Brandon, Martin, your top 3, followed by Brian, Kevin, Steve, Tony, Lucas, and Jacob. All right, this is race number 10 on track. Next race up will be the final race of the night, which is Mod Buggy. Minute 10 remaining, 7 70 seconds left. Right now it's Bryant, 3 seconds ahead of Brandon. Brandon 3 ahead of Martin. Martin 6 ahead of Kevin. Kevin 3 ahead of Tony. Tony 1.4 ahead of Steve. Steve half a second ahead of Lucas. Lucas half a second ahead of Brian. And Brian 4 ahead of Jacob. 45 seconds remain, drivers. Thirty seconds left. All right, 15 seconds to go. 5 seconds left. Careful in the middle. All right, that'll be a race, guys. Bryant taking the victory there. BP in the 2, White taking the 3, followed by Kevin, Lucas, Brian, Tony, Steve, Jacob, and Mary. All right, folks. Podium going to be Bryant, Brandon, and Martin. Actually, let's do this podium after mod. We'll do this podium after mod because, well, 2 of those guys are in mod. Oh, Martin, if you wanted to join him in mod, I wouldn't hold you back. Make sure it gets turned off too. All right, I may need some turn marshals out here for our final race of the night. All right, so I'm being told we're not staying after, so yeah. Tony says, pack it up. Let's get our marshals in their spots. All right, Kevin, if you want to go on the left side and help out. All right, guys, let's line them up on the straightaway. It's going to be Kalis 1, Brian 2, Brandon 3, and Tim 4. Never mind. All right, folks, grid is set. Driver's ready. This is Mod Buggy, less than 5. All right, we got Kalis leading them around to complete lap 1. Oh, Bryant frisbeeing that car. All right, 25 in. Kalis low, going 13.5 there. BP at 14.2. Yeah, 35 down, 425 remaining. All right, 45 down, 415 remains. Kalis 2 seconds up. BP getting it wrong. That's going to put Mirapuente in the 2. 55 down, 4:05 remaining. All right, Kayla's 5 seconds up on Bryant. Bryant 0.6 ahead of Brandon. Brandon 7 ahead of Tim. 3:50 remains, drivers. All right, 3:40 remains. Our final race of the night. Mod Bucket. Got Bryant going 13.6 that pass. Fast lap at 13.5 from Kalis. 3:15 to go. Whoa, BP 13.9. Doing just fine. All right, we got 2 minutes down, 3 minutes to go. Whoa! Tumble, tumble, tumble. That's going to put BP back to the 2. Whoa! Talk about tumble, tumble, tumble. Albert wanted in on that action. Ooh, shake and bake. Mirapuente taking the 2 spot from BP. Ah, BP on his lid. Low on his lid. All right, 2:45 down, 2:15 remains. Oh man, looks like Tim lost the battery. Yard sale. All right, guys, got just over 2 minutes to go. All right, $1.50 remaining. Kalis, Bryant, Brandon, and Tim. Kalis going 13.509 that time around. He's now 9 seconds up on Bryant. Bryant 4.5 ahead of Brandon. Brandon last lap, a 13.7. Wow, 13.4 for Kalis that time around. That might be a hot lap on the night. Man, Kalis' car looking exceptional in the main event. Hey, did he swap to the 3 gear? Okay. It's actually the new 8-gear prototype transmission. They're testing even more gears. Hey, double the gears, double the fun, right? 40 seconds to go, drivers. Kalis, 10 seconds up on Bryant. Bryant, 8 seconds up on Brandon. $25 seconds remain, drivers. All right, 5 seconds remain. And that will be a race, drivers. Mod Buggy, let's get you guys to the podium. Also, podium for Expert 17.5 will be Bryant, Brandon, and Martin. We can get those 2 podiums taken care of. Thank you guys for coming out tonight. Reminder, we are doing it again Sunday. We're racing Sunday. Which one? No. Looks fine up here.